up, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Skeptic Bible Study. That's right. Stoning?
We're back.
We're back. And I am indeed wearing all black. But yes, welcome, misfits one and all, to this Skeptic Bible Study. Stoning, equality, feminism, and family values? Oh my.
Well, sounds like a lot of people are going to die.
But James, it's just the Old Testament. So who's counting, really?
A lot of people back in 800 BC are going to die.
Da, 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 da. But it brings the community together. Not that one person
we
who's
all
dying.
joined together. We all joined together in killing people for very, very, very minor transgressions. Wow.
Exactly. I feel like that's what religion is all about, James.
Killing people for stupid shit.
Exactly. You need to
like
be
picking up sticks. Hey.
Exactly. You got to be dogmatic about really, really small minutia things, because
interfaith marriages.
Exactly. Then you can have
pulling your
holy war
thingy out of a woman at the wrong time. Yeah.
They have to die. James, that just sounds like we're tying our fedora on too tightly. Is that really in the Bible?
At this point, we've got our fedora wrapped in tinfoil. So there you go. Our tinfoil fedoras.
Tinfoil fedoras, yes. At least that's what they think atheists have. But we just look at creationists and flat earthers and anti-vaxxers. And, well, tonight we answer many questions via stoning. When we ask what
Not
to
Amy
do.
After the show. Oh my gosh.
What's up, Gizmo? We're you have to solve questions like what to do with a disobedient son, men who commit sexual crimes, and non-virgin brides.
What? A bride and she's not a virgin?
Yeah. Well, funny enough, the two of those categories go together, and you wouldn't guess why. Anyway, religion. Though we do also go over what to do if you have two wives.
Kill them both? Or wait, just kill one of them?
Well, the interesting part is...
Sell one of them into slavery?
You wouldn't even think that would come up, because I thought, the family values are all about monogamy. But apparently...
A marriage is a union between one man and one woman specifically.
But you know what? It must be a spoiler. It must be rules on why you can't have two wives. That must be what the Bible's going to say.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, it also goes over what to do with a dead body. A woman captured in a holy war.
Oh, but Amy, it's a dead body. That means we can't kill it. Where's the fun?
Exactly.
It's already dead.
We'll have to have some sort of regulation or rule that is not going to make any sense. But sending so much love, as well as how to hang people on trees. Once again, hashtag loving God. Help your neighbor, which, we got a thumbs up. But also clothing, roofs, and plowing, because why not?
So we're hitting like the hard-hitting issues of the day, these normal family
Though I have to say, this
table.
is just ironically a special episode, because not only is it episode 69 in our Bible series, but spoiler alert, you wouldn't think. It's just like clothing. Why would that mean anything? But tucked in this chapter is basically rules on why I can't exist, or if I do, once again, James, do you know what they're supposed to do to me? It's not hugs.
Wrap you up in a blanket like a burrito and kiss you on the forehead like Jesse Lee Peterson does to James Hake.
Oh, exactly. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going to happen.
Right. Okay.
But sending love. In fact, won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we swing into the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 21 and 22, to find out.
Let's roll out the welcoming committee for Pat. Everybody's glad to see Pat back in action.
That's right. What is up, Pat? Glad to have you back. And I always just like to point out, creationists, this may be a foreign subject, so we'll just, quickly go over that. What academics do is they go out into the field and do research.
Oh, that's what they do?
Yeah, it turns
out they just drank beer and played patty cake, and then just make it all up, right? Isn't that what the
patty cake? Pat's our man. Yeah, no. It turns out that science is not a democracy. Exactly. You have to actually go out there. However, I do want to thank everyone out there for joining us out there on the inner tubes. I see Bible Burner. I see Ian, Big Screen Bird, John, Pat, woohoo, Shane, Ian, who wanted to send love because he said you did fantastic.
I saw that. Thanks for your comment, Ian, on that. I appreciate the support from everybody. Everybody's given a lot of positive feedback, some constructive feedback. You can always get better. So appreciate the support, guys.
Well, Kent is a slippery. It's always easy to criticize people in a void. And once you're in front of someone, it becomes harder because, once again, Kent is a rhetoricist. He has said so many silly things confidently over the years. Exactly. But I think you do well. I think you do a fantastic mix of going over the topic and going over why we're at the topic, which is religion.
Religion is dumb.
Hashtag.
And it leads you to dumb things. To believe in and advocate for really, really dumb things.
And many creationists, young earth variety, they specifically QQ.
Hey, Robert.
Specifically, what is up, Robert? The lovely and fantastic. But they complain because they... I lost my sending love to Robert.
Hey, Robert. Thanks for the shout out, Robert.
This is my neural activity. But sending love out there. I know Oz was doing a stream, so that was fantastic on hashtag Jesus is a myth. So we just want to send
I should have been there. Too bad I was at work.
Out there. Exactly. Well, completely understand.
Hey, Reservoir.
Sending love. God equals the square root of -1. Sending love, everyone out there. Also, reminding everyone that we have a Twitch. If you like streaming
growing
on Twitch
community.
Exactly. Woohoo! Not only a growing Twitch community, but if you would like to be a mod, feel free to just hit me up on there and say, hey, Amy, I am a skeptic and I'd like to be a mod. It has to be that combination because I only allow skeptics to be mods. You can be a theist.
Settle down, John. We'll get to it in good time. He's a glutton for punishment. He wants the beating to start. He wants the beating to start already.
Oh, well, we give deep shills to all of the people that help us and support us. And the great thing is that non-believers don't have holy wars, schism, have different denominations. And so we just get to have fun in the sun. But yes, we're going to keep on sending love out there into the interwebs as we hope that if you enjoy what's going on, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. My. I've heard that Amy's favorite Samuel L. Jackson movie is Snakes on a Plane. It is... I do.
Just imagine Hovind on that plane with Samuel L. Jackson.
Hovind. Oh my God, there's so many snakes on this plane. We're gonna have to do something.
I feel like Adam and Eve in the garden.
And I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm a total Nick Fury fangirl. I'm a little bit of a Marvel fangirl, but just gonna throw that into the interwebs. But this, I would say, I was about to spoiler alert, but then we have a contractually obligated man to bring on board. A billion-year Xenu-enforced contract. It was great to have him with us. And so now it's great to have him reporting from hell. Let me see if Soros can
dial us into hell
through. Yes, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming through. That is fantastic. We're going to hand it over to Gilbert to explain what we're about to read.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Oh, thank you so very much, Gilbert. I had a little bit of Satan caught in my throat. But yes, we want to send all the love out there for his billion-year contract. We will continue to bring him over and over and over in between pineapple sessions. But yeah, our content is sponsored by our viewers, subscribers, the channel members who you can find right down there in the description. George Soros, yes. He allowed us to say that. I had to make sure. We didn't want to shut things down. But our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman,
Amy Newman,
which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like we were just talking about him, Oz from the Atheist Network Group and Roundtable. Boom, 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 boom.
So much great stuff over there.
/the Atheist Network Group, including what's it called? We were just talking about, well, there's not really a lot of good evidence for this whole Jesus thing, except
character.
Well, and what kills me, at least, is that Paul, at least half of the Testament we know is nonsense, because I know Paul didn't meet Jesus. I can attest that.
He never claimed to meet Jesus, except in a vision.
Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. Which is what a lot of believers seem to claim, and all I can tell you is no. I'm sorry.
I'm not buying it.
Joseph Smith told us too. And it doesn't matter if Paul believed it or not. Not buying it. Not buying that you talked.
He may have, whereas
dead guy.
Joseph Smith was definitely a bullshit artist, but Paul was either a bullshitter or he was just crazy.
Exactly. And yes, sending so much love to us, sending so much love to
Yeah.
We saw him out there. He was cheerleading out there with me in a cheerleader's outfit for James. Were all the fantastic Ken Hovind debates that you should be checking out.
Thank you so much, Ian.
There has been a trinity, a rule of 3 of James versus Ken Hovind, 15 feet.
Open.
You should be checking it out on Standing for Truth. And there was a giant premiere, kind of like
Yahweh's fucking with your internet, Amy.
Oh, is he making me? No,
Yahweh is roboting you again. Yeah.
If I do the robot, does that help?
No.
But you should check that out. And just like Lord of the Rings, it's like, yes. You got to sometimes watch the movies individually, and sometimes you got to watch a trilogy. And there was a 6-hour trilogy premiere tonight. Go check it out. Exactly. It's the director's cut. Sending love out
elbowed
there.
Yahweh in the crotch, so he stopped messing with our stream.
No. And damn, it pains me. I will. If it keeps on roboting.
It got better.
Okay, I just went to settings and just re-clicked the exact same thing. Hopefully, it's like USB. Sometimes you got to flip it over. But yes, sending love to Ian. Sending love to a grumpy old Cuss who reminds us that when we talk to creationists, it kind of makes us go a little insane. But we love them. We love young Earth creationists. We kind of wish that they would accept science. I know that their whole narrative is evolution, the Big Bang, the Earth getting warmer, the Earth being round, vaccines working. Those aren't science, but that's kind of generally all of science. Not all of science, but a giant portion of mainstream science right now.
Go before like a room full of biologists and anthropologists and say, Lucy's been thoroughly debunked, and just hear like the chorus of laughter.
What is with that? Why is that their new thing? I've never seen.
Because they just say it. Because once you say something's been debunked, you can just hand wave it away. Lucy, she's been debunked.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, and I tried looking that up the first time I heard that, and I couldn't find any scientific anything. So a creationist, if you would love to show why Anthropithecus, my English was showing, but yes, if you'd like to show why any of our ancestors aren't our ancestors, feel free to. Right down there in chat. But sending love also to Diana Smith, reminding us that the book that we're about to read isn't a real big fan of 51% of the planet.
Take it or leave it.
Needs carbon dioxide to remain more green. See, here's the problem. Well, James is like, don't take the bait. But no, I can do it in just a second. Right. Is that, yes, we use carbon dioxide. We want the Earth to be warm. Yes, the climate is always changing. The problem is that we are adding a unsustainable amount of carbon dioxide because of where we are in our production cycle. We think we are such top-level shit, but the fact that we burn dead organisms and make rocket ships instead of, spaceships should tell you that we're not there yet. And in 100 years, they're going to look back at us and be like, oh, wait. But we think every generation thinks they're the top shit. I think that's the funniest. But, woo, what's up, Roger Sam?
Hey, Roger.
Ranger. Roger and Shane and Best and Show. What is up? What is up, Dale? Sending love to Pat Lowinger. We were just talking about him. He's done many episodes, which means we're going to rope him back into many more episodes of Talk Skeptic to me.
Trick him into it.
But you should be checking out his channel with Biddy Buddha at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_. Learn some shit as opposed to, I don't know, denying all of major science. And what triggers them is when you say, it's the 97 number. The 97. And the 97 number is scientists being modest. That's them going. Because it's a 3% variant that you have to have for things that can fuck up. But if you have that much, it means get some of your own scientists to publish papers. Oh, also, can I tell you, we are doing I already know what our next topic is, and that is, excuse me,
rubbing Muhammad's balls.
Oh my! No, we're going to do a episode inspired by Sal Cordova, who recently read a paper by an atheist who his entire goal was like, atheists get stereotyped for being so mean and so angry. And so he did what I think, I'm still a little bit skeptical on some of the metrics of some of what he collected. But basically, he had all these different levels of atheist, and one of them being anti-theist. No, an atheist. An atheist was trying to say, basically, and what Sal did was basically, and the conclusion of the paper was like, there's one or two very open-minded versions of atheism. And what it seemed to be is the category called activist atheist was the most open-minded, charitable, empathetic, all of these different metrics.
Empathetic atheist,
and then basically it had anti-theist as being the most narcissistic among other negative qualities.
This is an atheist taking shots at other atheists.
Yes. And what they were trying to do was say, but look at all these categories of how awesome atheists are and how open-minded. And of course, what does a creationist do? Sal Cordova creates a headline that is like, anti-theists are narcissistic personality disorders. And so it's like, okay, so we need to do an opposite of that and take a look at that. Love you, Sal. Love you, all my creationist brothers and sisters. But that is nonsense. And of course, it's cherry picking and quote mining. And another instance of someone trying to use, I guess, someone who believes the exact opposite, and creationists trying to, it's like quoting Darwin on why evolution isn't real. So cool.
And they do it. They do it all the time about the
it.
stupid I quote. They do it. They give you half the quote.
Exactly. It's too irreducibly complex, your eye, even though, no, actually just a little node.
Irreduced complex. Orange jello.
That word, and I was just talking to Orange Jello in stream about genetics, and it's just back and forth about silliness because...
We'll get to it when we get to it, John. Come on.
Did you guys hear? Yeah, because it is.
Yeah. We'll start when we start. Come on.
Something productive and start studying. Because we're thanking the people that thank us, that keep this channel going, and we kind of love them. A lot of them are content creators that we want to send love for, because once again, we are not at a holy war. You won't see us making takedown videos of other agnostics or atheists, or in hand sanitizer levels, like very one per
typically it's not
1,000 per 100.
Typical.
Yes.
Or normal.
Because we don't schism or have holy wars. But sending love to Dale Pastel, because we're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. Any creationists in chat, we're looking for it, please. But I don't think we're gonna get any. What is up? None of your business. Sending love. What is up, Ralph?
Ralph came. Wonderful.
Sending love.
Hey, Ralph.
To Dale Pastel, reminding us we're looking for empirical evidence. We don't find any. Sending love to Dave Gore.
Thanks,
boop, 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 boop. Reminding us a dual combination here. Not only is the Earth round, but a gentleman did not go to the moon and cut it. We know this because you need oxygen to leave the planet. Like, it's the little things
you have magic.
Matter. If you believe in magic.
Hey, Megan. Good to see you.
In young Mo's heart. What's up, Megan?
Well, it wasn't a young Muhammad, but his wife was on the young side.
Oh, indeed. Poof, poof. But yes. And listen, we don't attack Muhammad for who he is. We just attack him because prophets don't exist. He's not the last prophet, first prophet.
He was just making it all up. He was pulling it all out of his ass.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if that's blasphemous, because there is no God and Muhammad is dead. No disrespect to the dead. He had a life. He's dead. He can't affect your life now. I feel like telling you, it's like I'm trying to comfort people that the boogeyman is not real. Muhammad's not going to get you. You don't have to say his...
He's not sitting at the right hand of Allah waiting to judge you.
But there's all these little, like, weird mannerisms in Islam, like having to say peace be upon him. Like, is he watching you? And they believe he is. They really do.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, okay.
Amy.
I also
don't. Her.
I don't like. Well, it's not that I don't like any religion. I don't like any tenet of a religion that forces you to wear clothing, like, unless it is you being kinky. Any other metric except for having a good old sexy time, it's like you can't prove that personal relationship exists. Doesn't matter if it is, a woman wearing, here, or a man wearing a little hat on the top of his head over here.
Or Mormon wearing underwear. It doesn't
Or
matter.
a Mormon wearing underwear. None of these things do anything except for add a little bit of flair. I'll give you that. But sending love, Dave Gar, sending love, Scott Duke, woo! The lead hyena of the pack, reminding us that creationists kind of take pot shots at other animals and us being animals.
They do.
This is their leading. Oh my God! Are you calling my
I'm
mama
not a monkey. I'm not an ape, James. Stop calling me an ape. Maybe you're an ape.
Yeah, maybe you're an ape. Can I talk with some apes, James? Is there any apes on the line I can talk to?
Yeah. Talking to a few right here. It really triggered him. That's why I kept pushing that.
I mean,
it really annoyed him.
I'm trying to think if it's a failure of our education system, because I could just think of like an 8th grade teacher like, bitch, I'm trying. They're not paying us anything. And then the religious people that are like trying to get into the classroom and trying to make that even harder for that teacher. I don't know which is worse. But religion, sending love to Scott Duke, sending love to Regos, who is the topic of tonight. Because we are in our Skeptic Bible Study. We are Deuteronomy. John is excited in chat because he thinks that the Bible is corrupted and is a different religion. So he's excited for us to be reading this
very
book.
Happy.
Do you guys understand the difference between microevolution and macroevolution?
Take it, Amy?
First of all, and yes, and then I'll hand it over to you as well.
Go ahead.
First of all, just want to send love to you, Clear Thinker, sending love to everyone out there on Twitch. As long as you don't break any rules, you can actually disagree with us all day, every day. But micro and macro evolution. First of all, from a evolutionary standpoint, it is an extinction without a difference, because all that macro and micro evolution is inferentiating is time. In that you have populations of genes randomly mutating, as someone's pointed out. Sometimes mutations actually aren't random. If you're going out on the beach, it's not so random. If you get cancer.
But the mutations are happening.
Exactly. But mutations are happening, and the environment is naturally selection. Woohoo! Well, we're sending that love to you anyway. And thank you so much for it back. And then macroevolution, once again, is just long-term speciation. I mean, eventually, these organisms not only look vastly different, but they can no longer mate with each other. Sometimes
accumulate enough mutations.
Sometimes they don't even look vastly different. They just have been separated for so long that they can't mate. But generally speaking, if you're looking for these long-term evolutionary changes, it's not going to happen via Pokemon. And I always say that as a joke, non-joke, because it's not going to be one organism just being like whoop, 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 boo, and they're another organism. It's not going to even happen in birth.
Turning into a whale.
Yes, exactly. They're not going to give birth, or even just another species. They're not going to get, a mother and father are never going to give birth to another species. I will keep on reiterating. Evolution states that a whale will always give birth to a whale, that a cow will always give birth to a cow, that we will always be mammals, that we will always be I can't even pronounce it, chordates. We will always have spinal cords, and then we will always be primates. And
animals, primates, mammals.
We will continue to be this. When if humans were to break apart one day, they would be two different parts of humans.
Homo
And
sapien
so,
blah and
Homo
Homo
sapiens.
sapien blah.
Exactly.
And that could really, because we have worldwide reach, so our genes are constantly mixing all over the world. But
worldwide reach
imagine
around?
if, hey, but imagine if you put a colony of humans on Mars and nobody interacted with them for like 50,000 years, they would almost certainly accumulate enough mutations that they would be a different species of human.
Indeed.
Still be humans, probably look very similar to us, but they might have trouble interbreeding with earthbound humans.
Wow, we are going straight into politics. Oh, and I forgot, and I will say, because it is tied. Clear Thinker says wrong, but nice try. Macroevolution is seen in different breeds of dogs. I feel like that's what
did this person just
said.
Did you just watch like a Ken Hovind video?
Is fish, or the ancestor of fish, will say, turning into mammals. Macroevolution is impossible because my feelings said so, with how our DNA works. Okay, I guess my answer for that would be, do you have any evidence for that? Do you have, because that is the current empirical model, is that we come from, I'm not going to be able to say it, chordates. We have that backbone. We and fish share more genetic information than sharks. And that is just a fact. And I will keep on saying it because we sometimes hear it from, I'm going to say, the opposition, and yet the irony is just juicy. Facts don't care about your feelings. So, if
the clearest example I can think of.
Here we go. Go. But then
is different species. That's never going to happen.
Well,
just
no,
like.
But that's what evolution dictates. Remember that you are explaining what evolution. I'll keep on reiterating. Evolution dictates a whale will always give birth to a whale. A cow will always give birth to a cow.
So the question.
These are the framework of facts, because that's what a theory is.
So then the question comes up. How do new species come about? Where do we get these new species? If every animal is just giving birth, where do new species come from? And the clearest example I can give you that makes the most sense is if you were to take a piece of English written every single day for 1,000 years and you went 1,000 years back, you wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. It might as well be Chinese to you. It would look nothing like modern English. If you looked at English 100 years ago, some of the words might seem funny, but you could make out more or less what it's saying. 200 years,
James,
it's a sliding scale.
We got the answer. There we go. Why didn't we think of that? I'm sending love to you, Clear Thinker. Like I said, we would never kick you for your view. As long as you don't break the rules, you can stay and be fantastic. And in fact, I'll even make another statement. We actually like opposing views. So keep on saying whatever your viewpoint is if you think you can convince us, but we don't think that God exists.
Just like how the language is never vastly different one day to the previous day, it's always very similar. Over time, change occurs, and you never notice it one day or even 1 year to the next. It's always super similar 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, super similar. You have to look at it 100, 200, 300 years to see the differences add up. And that's how evolution works. Tiny changes in the short term, one generation to the next, almost imperceptible. Over the long term, add up to big changes. I know it's not intuitive. It's hard for people to wrap their heads around. That's why we didn't think of it until, people knew animals change. They had that idea, but it wasn't widely accepted until about 150 years ago.
So sending so much love out there. I agree. I think that, or Tubin agrees with me. Says yes. I think it's not Pokemon. It's a good analogy. Creationists think evolution is boom. One day a monkey gives birth to a Homo sapien baby. That's not how it works. That is what James was saying, is that it was incremental times. It does not happen in a single lifetime. And I would say the evidence actually leans in the direction of God not existing. We cannot have 100%. I was going to say assurance. James, help me out with the actual proper term here. We cannot have 100% certainty.
Absolute certainty.
There we go.
But you don't need certainty to have knowledge. It just seems very unlikely, very implausible.
But wait. Here's what I'm saying, and we're almost there at the Bible study. We can't help ourselves.
We can't help
because this is the
go back and forth with this.
This is the proxy war. The proxy war for religion versus science are these types of subjects. So, but also clear thinker. Come on, help. I would normally say help me help you, but look at this statement for a second. Evolution doesn't make sense because it's impossible. Do you understand that built into that statement? Well, sure. If you think it's impossible, it's not going to make sense to you. But so you have to clear out. You have to go, okay, what if evolution is possible? What is it? And in fact, let me ask you this, clear thinker. And I mean
obviously
this in a non-joke.
Thinking clearly.
And we're going to move through because we wanted to jump in, not fast, but we wanted at a reasonable time. And we'll keep on going back and forth. But I want to ask you, clear thinker, what do you think evolution is? Can you give us a steel man? And if that's a too much technical word, what is a kind, a generous view that evolution? What do you think that we are actually saying?
And I mean, I could say that tensor calculus is impossible because I don't understand tensor calculus. But you know what? The people who study mathematics, the people who know that shit, who know how to use it, they know that it's true, that it works. You can use it. So,
and you know who else knows it's true? Keep on going.
I didn't. Do you ask somebody who doesn't know do you know more than all the biologists in the world, all the anthropologists, all the geneticists? Because all those people who have spent decades studying this thing, they know it's not only possible, it's true. You are one person standing on a beach trying to stop a 200-foot tsunami with your hand. You don't know more than everybody else, no matter how much you know. Evolution will still be taught in every school all over the world worth anything because it's true. It's true.
Indeed.
You have to contend with it. You can pretend it's not. You may not understand it. You may not want it to be true. It's still going to be true, even if it doesn't make sense to you.
No matter how many atheists they debate. Or pagans, sending love to our pagan brothers and sisters who are also sitting there fighting with us. And deists or whatever, because you know, as long as your team science, yeah. But sending love
science
to our
produces results, Ralph.
It
is much more worthy of worship than.
Oh, I know. Yo, can I not say the irony of this? Because whenever we go into identity politics, they're like, "Oh, you don't listen to the science. You don't Do you believe in biology?" And sending love, Ralph. We're sending love. But science is a process. It is not a body of knowledge. It is us peer reviewing each other after experimentation and hypothesis from a gathering of data.
And Ralph, fortunately, you're solving that problem yourself because I can't say you, but Christian advocacy for cutthroat free market capitalism is making homeschooling impossible. Get out there and wage slave. No. We need the mother and the father working 2 to 3 jobs just to barely earn enough to get by so that the wealthy can have more because that's the way God wants it. So, yes, send your kids to the state-run schools because that's the only where they can go while the parents are slaving away so that George Soros can have even more.
I also love they say things when always we're like pushing things like globalism. It's like you mean people trading and interacting and actually the world growing as a society and a species. Oh no. Yep, Soros approved message. But yes, sending so much love. We got two comments.
Everybody's going to be poor, Ralph. We're going to be rich. You're going to be poor. That's it. 90% of them are going to be poor.
And hopefully, as we become more of a non-believing society, non-believers tend to realize that there's no one else out there that's going to help each other but us.
True. But ourselves.
And so, I am for what James will tease me, but I don't use the word free market, but I like a market that is free. So I like people trading, but I like. Now you'll say, what's the difference? Because I like regulation. That's the difference. And so if someone uses the word free market and I get any regulation, they'll be like, you're not. No.
We can take a deep dive on economics one day.
But then I like programs that save people from being homeless and, not
elements of the market, destroyed. But take elements of it. But
and why? Why? Because there's no one else. There is no God that is going to save you. There is no second chance. It's only this life. It's only us. Look around you. That is it. And hopefully pick up a shovel or a hammer and do charity, not because, oh my God, we are going to get a reward like it's a gamified system,
right?
But because it's the right thing to do, because you're going to get dopamine. Altruism, when you're looking at the kit over there, being altruistic just floods your brain with dopamine. If that's not enough, I don't know what else to tell you. We're a social species, exactly. Just do what's right, and it's not karma. When you do good, and it's with people that you often interact with, sometimes strangers, but mostly you often interact with, they act nice to you back. Wow. This is James. Can I ask? Is it rocket science? Is morality? Not. No. But yes, it's Pat discovering ancient history.
Nothing wrong with Darwin's book.
Love. I would say someone can have much more confidence of God not existing as opposing to God not existing. I agree. I love it when people conflate deism with their own highly defined God beliefs. Oh, exactly. It's always this the nebulous belief when really, they believe like a very specific, interacting, speaking God. But it's much easier. But, if you want to argue, if you want to debate, talk about brains and vats. Though I was hearing, I think it was on Pine Creek, reviewing a Christian stream, they're starting to realize that presup and presuppositional apologetics wins over no one. That it just makes you end up sounding like an asshole. Because it almost puts a natural debate when really you're just supposed to be having, a conversation. Sponsored by more sugar
No problem.
water. And
no problem, clear thinker. He meant races the same way he meant species. He had nothing to do with race. It was just think of race as in species, the preservation of favored species favored by nature. That's all it means.
Race does not exist biologically. Subspecies.
No, it's a human arbitrary concept.
Yep. And I know that will trigger some racial realists. Everyone's got a shtick.
In chat.
But sending love also to Regos, lovely, and Rachel Holland, the lovely, the fabulous, the fantastic. Sending so much love. Rachel, who's reminding us the Bible would never promote unconsensual slavery. That would be objectively wrong. What's up, Kira? What's up, Farron? Sending love out there, and sending love to Rachel Holland. And sending love to Senator Cato. We're using him tonight because there's a little bit of judgment. That's what we're talking about. So sending love to Senator Cato. Boom, boom, boom. Because the separation of church and state is always going to be important. A Daddy Thomas, sending love. Anasage, Ohio. Brian Stevens. Boom, we got the Skeptic crew. But yeah, sending so much love. Senator Cato, sending so much love. James Wolfe reminding us that, yeah, we kind of do a lot of our streams late night. It kind of goes until daytime.
Sometimes it does.
And once again, why can we do shout outs? Why can we send all this love? Well, it turns out that we don't have to have theological debates. 8 a.m. here. Ooh.
Have a good night, Clear Thinker.
Clear Thinker, whatever helps you guys.
Maybe next time you can come back with
at night, carbs, and like a good old chocolate bar.
Intelligent talking.
Oh my! Oh, he had to go right into it. Like he
did it,
and they make fun of it. The politics based on identity. They're like, you always bring it up. By the way, have you talked about your genitals lately?
But there are gay people out there. Did you know there are people, Amy, that are gay?
But look, this is great.
You do you,
First
Clear
of all,
Thinker.
Well, no, I just want to put out there, we've had a track record every time. Like, James, it's like 2 out of 2. I'm trying to think how many people we have like really got into these identity politics about LGBTQ, and they like raged so hard against the subject, and then they turned out to be like, I don't know, Dick Curious. But hey, who's not? But we're not saying you are. I'm just saying it's just whenever that subject randomly gets brought up when we're talking about, I don't know, religion.
Thousands and thousands of years. There will be for thousands and thousands of years.
I would say
it goes in the animal community. Yeah, it's probably been with us, on the earth for long time. It's not going anywhere. But hey, you know what? Here's the cool thing about it is if you're not gay and you don't want to be gay, guess what? You don't have to be gay. Don't be gay if you're not. Nobody's going to force you to be gay. Who cares? But why would you want to stop other people from being with the person that they love? Why would that be an issue to anybody else?
And
it shouldn't be. It wouldn't be.
And yet the creator of the universe, think about this for just a second. The creator of the universe cares about who you have sex with. I mean, what the?
Who you sleep with is of paramount concern.
I also just want to point out that homosexuality is not natural. It's found in, I would say, like James was saying, it's found in thousands of species, and it's been around for billions of years, I would say. I think multicellular species are at least 2 billion years old. And so being gay has always been here. It always will. It is natural.
Not going anywhere.
Now, does something being natural make it good? Well, no, but it doesn't make it bad. It's the naturalistic fallacy. Arsenic is natural, and yet open heart surgery is artificial. And I think we know which one is good and which is bad. So the point is, we shouldn't base things on what are natural or unnatural. We should just look at, does it harm anyone? And then as a free society, what should our laws and rules be?
Do we have a population shortage right now? I don't think so.
No, I know that's the other funny thing.
I mean, do we really need billions more people? I don't think so.
They're always like, well, what if everyone turned gay? Just suddenly, everyone's gay.
First I guess that would be a problem, but it's never going to happen.
It would be a problem that we would have to solve, but it would not be immoral. We would then just have to...
It would be evil.
Exactly. I don't know, get a sign-up sheet for volunteers or figure out how to do
a bunch of test tube babies.
Science and test tube. But that's not how it works. Straight people are not going away. Gay people are never going away.
No. Regardless of whether you, even in times when it was punished by death, people still did it. It still happened. There are countries today where it's punishable by death. It still happens.
And yet, being LGBTQ is fantastic. Woo-hoo! Do. Exactly. Just be who you are, ladies and gentlemen. I know that they think that, and Soros is allowing me to push this message, I know they think that we have narratives and that we have agendas, but actually, we are just trying to push being a decent human being and just being who you are and just not being an asshole. If you could follow those three things, like, who cares? Straight, gay, transgender, biological, just be you. Murder is punishable by death.
Right, yeah. It means sometimes people really want to kill people.
But that's our point. Murder is natural. Murder is not good. Do you see our point?
Homosexuality is also natural, but it doesn't hurt anybody like murder does.
And look, I'm not even going to say that homosexuality isn't moral or immoral. It's amoral. It lacks a moral principle. If you are doing something to someone, no matter what gender, that's immoral. Like if you are forcing yourself.
Murder is natural. Murder happens all the time.
Murder is not natural. My goodness, you guys are not a loss. Okay, well, I don't know what your like definition of natural is. Murder is natural and horrible. Do you understand? Like, don't just get all fifis on us. Like, really think about it. Don't just say, like. Once again, that's our point. Just because murder is natural does not make it good. Murder is natural and murder is bad. That is the point.
But it happens in the animal communities. Animals do it. In fact, only highly intelligent animals like us are capable or engage in gratuitous violence. Violence for its own sake. Cruelty for the purpose of being cruel. And it happens in primates. It happens in humans. Exactly. It happens in dolphins.
Many species. And Pat brings up a good point. I mean, he gets very spicy at the end, which we actually kind of like the spice. He who controls the spice controls the universe. But people who make this argument are just so hung up on sexuality being a binary distinction rather than a spectrum of
That's a good point,
expression. Exactly. And sending love out there to James Wolfe. And last but not least, and we're getting to it, and I've told James beforehand that we're gonna try and really do a short housekeeping, but we can't help ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We have fun in the sun with anyone who has an opposition viewpoint, so we can't help ourselves. But it was fun. Love it, and love all of our theistic gracious.
An hour with you in the shower, Ralph. But maybe, I don't know if Amy's up.
Oh, my. All right. You know what? I'll take one for the team, Ralph, but you have to make sure that you've been lifting lately. I want a toned stomach if we're going to have a shower scene.
And don't do anything before you have permission, Ralph, or you might get in trouble.
Exactly. Gavin learned to be on his knees, and so could... What were we talking about? Sending love to Matt D, reminding us. No. That the universe, that galaxies and life itself cannot form in 6,000 years. And even if it did form in 6,000 years, concepts like evolution would be true. Because evolution just happens the moment life starts.
Still happens.
Yes. But sending so much love. And I do want to send just so once again, I just want to send so much love to our channel members who can be found in the description. We have 3 emojis on deck. I have room for 2 more, but 3 are definitely going to be made. If you have a fallacy, maybe the naturalistic got to think of some good things or anyone to be made. Send it into chat. But we already have, and the Patreons and channel members will also get the first look at them. And so we have so much fun going there. How does one get the girl deck? Well, funny you should ask. We are actually also looking for channel members. I'm trying to remember what they call it there on Twitch, because we are affiliated. Woohoo! Sending so much love out there. So you can help us out by becoming a channel member. And in fact, oh my goddess, I can't believe I could shill this. This will be the last thing, and then we'll do
to your category video.
And then we'll go into categories.
Okay.
But I can actually shill our store that we have recently got up there.
Yahweh messing with your connection.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes I get half summoned.
Kick him in the nuts.
Satan. Yes. And we're doing a lot of shilling, but I'll do just a vocal shilling in the future. But I do want to just send out that we have a whole bunch of cool shit gearing up there for Skeptic and Ranting, Skeptic Bible Study, Talk Skeptic to Me, Debate Me Brah, and those emojis like sending some into chat will also be turned into shirts. So if you would like a look at the trees or a book says a thing, hashtag is a myth, or woohoo, well, those are going to be turned into shirts. So sending love out there.
Soon to be a Gizmo shirt.
Exactly. Tell us about the quality and all of that and stuff. And I am going to actually be buying one of my own, so you guys can see that.
There you
go. But do. And Debate Me Brah coming up. We have the list out there. I'll send it in there as we key up
checking it twice.
Our categories, because it's time to begin. Some of us ask. John asked, what
categories, she said.
What kind of Bible are we reading tonight?
What book are we reviewing?
Why, a fantastic question. And that brings us to tonight's categories.
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Sponsored by Sugar Water. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21. In fact, during our Skeptic Bible studies, we try and greet everyone on screen. However, if you want your specific thoughts, questions, or one-liners read out loud, well, help us find your comment by tagging James W. or myself in chat at Amy Newman.
Even better, super chat it. We'll really be sure to see it then.
Woo-hoo. That's right, baby. It's sending love to everyone who has sent us super chats, past,
Love
present, and future. And after the chapters are done, we will be switching into the open mic so you can tell us face to face about the wisdom we just experienced. And hey, if this is your first time to the series, you may be asking, what version? Oh, we are reading the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. In fact, it's a version of the King James, but annotated. Lovely, with the annotations on the side. And on the past episode of our Skeptic Bible Study, Holy War. Bum, bum, bum. Moses instructed the Israelites on cities of refuge, avengers of blood, and not the Marvel kind, and landmarks. Still, we finished it off with a good, old-fashioned holy war.
Yay! Oh.
Woo! That's right. But tonight, we answer many questions in stoning, equality, feminism, and family values, where we ask what to do with disobedient sons, men who commit sexual crimes.
Buy them ice cream.
And non-virgin brides. And once again, weirdly, that's connected.
Yeah.
Though we also go over what to do if you have two wives, a dead body, or a woman captured in a holy war. And how to hang people on trees. Though also help your neighbor, clothing, roofs, and plowing. Whew, James, plowing. It's like a guide for life.
And so give you guys a lesson about plowing.
Oh my. Can I ever? And with that, as I also open an energy drink.
Which energy drink is our stream sponsored by?
This is called Bang Rainbow Unicorn.
The cherry one?
I like the cherry, but this is actually candy flavored, which is fantastic. But we're jumping into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21. Woo-hoo. All right. And James, I feel like
chicken tonight?
Yes, exactly. Just eat a whole chicken. But no, I feel like the Bible is a practical guide for everyday living that just has answers that will work generation after generation.
I mean, that's what it's intended to be. That's, it's the good book, right?
Exactly. Which brings us to our first chapter. What to do with a dead body? And of course, we have three wonderful categories. We have laughter, which, of course, if you're familiar with the Bible, it is just filled with laughs.
Comedy.
It's a comedy, comedy something. What is up, Wesley?
Like when I told Ken Hovind his video number 1 was an amazing unintentional comedy.
Exactly. And he kind of wants to be an unintentional comedian. So, you know, he does prop comedy as much as I do. Speaking of which,
if the dildo fits, stick it in.
Oh my. As we will, because we're talking about violence. If you don't have sex, you got to have violence, ladies and gentlemen. You got to keep things light. Exactly. One or the other.
People will fall asleep if not.
Well, I mean, you can't just sit there naming Duke after Duke. That would be ridiculous.
I mean, you could, but
you could, but then the Bible won't let us edit it. So that's another thing that's great. Or the creationists kind of freak out.
I mean, why would we not have 43 named dukes in the book of Genesis?
Oh,
I mean, the entire country of England doesn't even have that many today, but
on this episode of CSN Canon. Yeah, the Israelites and the Canaanites. Canaan, there you go, thank you. They were not buddies, even though it seems to be that they actually came from similar tribes, if not were the same tribe, and then probably, had a possible splitty split. And finally, after violence, last but not least, sending love out there, because God's kind of judgy. It's kind of like the Mean Girls. He's always pointing. And so we have God here to look down on us 24/7, 365.
Right. As it
John's like, very good guide if you have a dead body. We got a very important lesson here. All right. Well, let's get to it then. Let's get into the wisdom of Deuteronomy. Chapter 21. The wisdom from, 3.5 plus thousand years ago. The Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy. The Desert Trilogy. What to do with a body. I feel like you could make a movie out of that. Biblically speaking, of course.
Help us, John.
And I almost didn't get God down. I have to get Yahweh out. His noodly appendages always help us out. And maybe we'll just look at the trees. Sometimes you just gotta get an argument that is tested. Yeah, the test of time. Speaking of thousands of years, just look at the trees and you know God's real or something. What is up, born again agnostic? We're having some fun. We're talking. This is God's good book. We have God here with us tonight. His or her noodly appendages are with us at all times, and we are jumping into a guide of what to do with a body, among other things. This is, we got a lot to cover. So, if one...
You never say the Bible is subtle, if anything.
I know, exactly. If one be found slain in the land, which the Lord Bob Edda, right here, the Lord thy goddess giveth thee to possess it all over, lying in a field with long hair, and it be not known who hath slain her. Then the Elder Scrolls got a patch, and thy judges, who were also level 60, shall come forth, and they shall take a tape measure onto the cities which are they're like really round about him that is slain. And it shall be, you won't even know any different. It'll be that the city which is next onto the slain man, even the Elder Scrolls of that city shall take a really giant cow, like a giant heifer, and which not have been wroth with, and which have not drawn into yoke. I'm sorry, what did we just read? Moses continues his instructions to the Israelites. I know, saying, if you find a dead body and don't know the cause of the death, then get all the elders together, find a heifer that has never done any work. Oh wow, we're about to get into science. This is the approved John, baby, or any creationist. You're telling me this is what you're selling? I guess. Like, and they try and go into genetics arguments, Planck time arguments. Like, that's not what we're arguing with this. We're about to cut the head off a cow. Like,
because we found a dead body. And you want to say
equivalent.
This is not the work of ancient man. This is from a deity, really? Really?
I don't know what to say, because if you think that this is biologically possible, what is about to come, that's what he or she said, then I got a bridge, some really beach front property to send you in like Arizona. But yeah, let's do it. All right, let's figure out what to do. All right, we got the heifer, which is to
all right,
me,
God, what do we do now?
I just have that dude from Rocco's Modern Life in my head. And the elders of the city shall bring down the heifer. The cow's like, what? What are we doing? Onto a rough valley. Okay. Which is neither eared nor sown, and shall hug. Give the cow hugs. And shall strike off the heifer's neck right there in the Hidden Valley Ranch, where I assume you're going to dip the cow.
Okay, so we cut a cow's head off because we found a dead body. Woo! Woo! Glad we got that wisdom.
Exactly. Like I said, this is finally, we are getting to science.
Why would we not want to base all our laws off this?
Exactly. This should basically be taught in biology.
Like if the police go and they find a dead body in a vacant lot, instead of investigating or trying to find out what happened, they drive down to the next city and cut a cow's head off. I mean, of course, duh.
And I just want to say that with the replacement of biblical teachings over biology, I would also like the Thor model of meteorology to be taught, because I feel like we just need to go all gods all the time.
Balls to the wall with the god.
That's right. I see. We got a small cow, but we got this. We're feeling the burn, baby.
Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn. Hold on.
Yahweh Inferno.
We are ready to feel the burn. We're ready to kill that cow, apparently, for some reason. Oh, not only that, but it's basically killing an animal so that you can get... When they make fun of the Aztecs, is it that much different for killing a goat to make it rain? Like, what the are we talking about at this point?
Oh, well, no. I mean, Amy, clearly, like that was just ancient man. That's mythology, Amy. The Bible is so much different. The
So
Bible
much
is the
different.
word of God. This is the word of the
Exactly.
living God, Amy. Come on.
It's why it can't
obviously
be edited. But yeah, we're apparently cutting the heads off a cow. We are right in there with biblical science. So when a presuppositionalist tells you that you cannot have logic without Judeo-Christianity, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting, I assume, the Wendy's version of science.
What are we doing? Fire the CSI, fire the police force. Just
Exactly.
cut the heads off cows. That's what God said to do.
Exactly. This is basically chemistry, physics, biology. And the priest class, who was also level 60, the sons of Levi's genes shall come near. Because you don't want to come far. Got to put a lot of effort, eat a lot of protein. For them, the Lord Bob, right here, thy goddess, have chosen to minister right on to him or her, and to bless in the name, bless all over, the Lord Bob, and by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. Oh, God, I guarantee you, went into town and tried every stroke, exactly, with every tentacle that they could. But yes, they cut the head off a heifer, if you were looking for the plain English version of that. And the elders of the city that are next onto the slain man shall wash their hands. Oh, good. Here we go. Over the heifer that is beheaded in the vet. Why? Wash your hands over its body. Okay. Like I was almost gonna say, like, hey, they're washing their hands and they didn't even know about germs. And then they really make it culty. They find a way.
They find a way to make it pointless.
It is. And I'll tell you, the Jews are very culty. I am an ex-Jew. They are very Hotel California. I'm so glad that they're leaving religion. So of all the Abrahamic religions, I actually
droves en masse.
This has the Soros endorsement. I actually wish that all of the other religions would use that model.
Be more like
However,
that.
Unfortunately, we also have them to blame for the Christians and the Muslims and the Mormons who say that they're Christians and that's not our fight. Yeah.
We have Ken Hovind. Jesse Lee Peterson, Creflo Dollar, Jerry Falwell.
Yeah. Amazing. Oh, my God. We have two things on doc then, now that I think about it. We have to do Sal's video.
Forgot about Jesse Lee Peterson.
And then we are doing that video because it is gold. It is absolute gold. 10 minutes of four men talking about, first of all, that they either can't bring a woman to orgasm or that you shouldn't bring a woman to orgasm.
Women shouldn't enjoy sex because if they do, they're trying to be a man.
And then the cherry on top, which is that if a woman is orgasm, that she is trying to be like a man. And it was just so amazing to see all of the atheists and Christian women to be like, I'm sorry, what did you just say?
We know that Jesse Lee Peterson doesn't care about how women enjoy sex.
Indeed.
He's not playing on that team.
Exactly. That's not what baseball side he's playing for.
He doesn't care about that.
Oh my God. See, there it is. I gave the joke.
She can leave.
On a dark desert highway. I shouldn't even show that because that's that's very TOS on God. Yeah. I'm sorry, TOS gods. I rebuke that. I rebuke that wholeheartedly. Judaism is a religion. We are reading their whole, like, this is their holy text. Like, what are we reading?
Their fan fiction.
Help me out. If Judaism is not a religion, what are we reading? Like, I'll help you out. Old Testament or Torah. Please use either of those words. But yeah, don't know what to tell you. And once again, if you can have multiple ethnicities and they can convert, if someone can convert to the religion, in fact, it's a tautology.
I don't think she would say you're not Ashkenazi.
If someone can convert, no, I am an Ashkenazi atheist. I know that sounds weird to say.
I'll say it Ashkenazi, but
twice more. I am an Ashkenazi atheist. I am an Ashkenazi atheist. I know it sounds weird because people are used to Ashkenazi Jews, but Ashkenazi is an ethnicity.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Judaism is a religion. I mean, that's how Judaism has tried to stay alive as people abandoned the faith. They embraced it as more of a cultural, ethnic thing. To make it synonymous with Ashkenazi, like, oh, Ashkenazi, you're Jewish, it's also, a cultural thing.
Also, first of all, number one, that's not true. Israel does offer a free ticket to any person who is a Jew. I don't know why I put so much emphasis on it. To any person who is Jewish, they give you a free plane ticket to go to Israel and visit and have a vacation. However, that ends when you turn 18. The moment you turn 18, yes. The moment you turn 18, that deal, unless I am mistaken, then that no longer.
My son's mother, I know she was obviously over 18, but I think she said there was a way to extend it. I don't know.
I'm sure there's some, but generally speaking, that's the.
Write George Soros the letter. I'm sure he'll send you some.
And I have plans to visit Israel, to debate.
Ben Shapiro?
I guess metaphorical or Orthodox Jews. Well, hey, I mean, he's in Israel, but I would debate Ben Shapiro any day of the week because again, he falls in Israel. I mean, he falls under my category. If you wear something
funny hat
on your head or for
a deity,
for anyone for a non-kinky reason, that's kind of silly. I don't know.
Listen, Amy, God has a uniform, okay?
Cause the seed is around God, it's your day. I reject that destiny. There is no chosen people. And if I ever did find out that Yahweh was true, I would reject him and be on the opposition side. So
she would sodomize Yahweh.
Indeed. Whoop, 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 whoop. But yeah, let's jump back into it. Sending love. We're having fun.
We just killed a cow, guys.
We're gonna take a sip, but then
we just killed a cow. Nothing to see here. Keep it moving. We found a dead body. We killed a cow. That's.
We didn't just kill a cow. We cut the head off a cow. Which
in grandiose fashion, yes, we decapitated a cow.
I mean, how freaking crazy! I don't mean to use that word because once again, we don't think theists are stupid. We don't think it lowers your IQ when you are a theist, or it higher your IQ when you decide to deconvert. But once again, I mean, if you read this stuff and you think this literally is how nature works, I don't know what to tell you.
From a deity, from a god.
But yeah. All right, we stop ahead. We had some Hidden Valley Ranch, and they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood. I mean, does that matter? Whatever. We're playing early-ass blood magic here. Neither have our eyes seen it. Oh, fantastic. Be merciful, God. Please just be merciful. On the mercy seat. Oh, Lord, our Bob, this hot chick right here, onto thy people of Israel.
Shmishmael.
whom thou hast redeemed at Best Buy with a coupon. And not innocent blood. No,
It's one of those
never.
rebates you have to get up by the desk before you leave.
Exactly. You have to be up early and all this shit. Thy people of Israel
Mishmael.
charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. Oh my goddess. So,
and then you do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about, and then God says, "Okay, I forgive you."
all about. Exactly. So shalt thou put away, just tuck it, the guilt of innocent blood from among you. Okay? And thou shalt do which is right in the sight of thy Lord Bob. Okay, what were we just saying? Well, wash your hands over its body and say, our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. I don't, why? I mean, cut the cow's head off, wash your hands over it, but don't look at it. This procedure will remove the guilty blood from among you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Very clearly.
Was that the best guide for what to do with a dead body?
Sense.
Are you kidding me? Okay. I mean,
think John Vance could come up with something better than that. But
well, this is the problem. I feel like a lot of Muslim Christians and Jews have not read the Bible. Not calling out anyone. I mean, like the vast majority of them. Is it just me, James, or does it seem like atheist, agnostics, and non-Abrahamic religious people seem to read and study the Abrahamic religions better than they do?
I can't imagine this particular passage coming up at a lot of Sunday morning sermons.
You're saying that this isn't what people say before bed to make sure that, they're all cozy with God?
Yeah, I don't think so.
What is up, Sinister Porpoise?
Hey, Sinister.
When you want to think of a Sinister Porpoise, think of the Sinister Porpoise. And Pat is just sending, this is absolutely fascinating from an anthropological point of view, ritual purification of a community for a violation of norms of social interaction. Interesting, but not unique in the aim.
Ancient Near East.
In the ancient Near East. Yes. Yeah. This is, we often point out that, and once again, it's not James and I, this is just us saying what people actually in the field are saying, that when they talk so much shiz about the Canaanites, it's probably because the Israelites came from the Canaanites. And so a little bit of a holy war.
The original name for God in the Torah was El, or El Shaddai. The Canaanites had a god with a similar sounding name. It was El Shaddai. So you have to ask yourself, why is the God of Israel doing business as a Canaanite god? Just for fun. He moonlights as a Canaanite god.
That's right. He moonlights as a Canaanite. Sometimes he has to work overtime. But Ralph, I always find that a funny claim, that you have to know Arabic to know Islam. Eventually, one day, 10 years in the future, we will be doing a skeptic Quran study, and we will have someone that can translate Arabic, or more really just be here for just variation and to help with any interpretations. But it's a silly claim.
Most of the New Testament was written in Greek. Most Christians can't read Greek, Hebrew, or Aramaic.
Indeed. Well, and only the Muslims seem to make this claim that for some reason memorization is like a point towards why it's so amazing, and that it's part of the linguistic miracle. # it's not. That it's not a linguistic miracle. People memorize things.
Some people have amazing memories.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, some people. There are some people that have photorealistic memories, and so cool. It's not a
If
miracle.
if someone were to memorize Moby Dick, it would be amazing, but it wouldn't mean that was written by a god, even though it has the word "dick" in the title.
Oh my! Well, speaking of fantastic titles, I got there. That was my transition, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Speaking of a skeptic Islamic study, we are eventually going to do one reading the Skeptic's animated version of the Quran. But if you're looking to sink your teeth in the meantime,
do it.
Seek out R and Ra has a fantastic Skeptic Quran study, and they completed it. They have gone through the entire thing, and they had a Arabic translator with them. Exactly. That's where I got the idea from, because they had one on there. So sending. I think
they're going through the Book of Mormon. Are they going through the Book of Mormon now? Or
yes, I actually think they are. And can I just send out? I will keep on sending that R and Ra came kinky on our channel when we had 200 subscribers. To anyone out there who asks us, why do you spend so much time shilling for other non-believers? Because they did it for us. So sending love out there. Sending love to Ding Peter. Sending love to everyone out there.
Peter.
Keo, and thank you so much for that comment. But we're jumping back into Deuteronomy chapter 21. It is a doozy. Oh my.
That's right, spooky.
Well, and
I think it's influenced us all.
It is not a Canova debate unless he brings up the phallic region of another animal species.
Yeah. I think he's touched us all with that, and so has Beamsy with Beamsy's memes.
That's right. He also touches his wife, but that sometimes gets him sent in front of a peer review.
Sometimes goes to jail
of
for
his. Exactly. He gets peer reviewed in front of a whole bunch of people. But sending so much love, James just finished a trilogy of debates with the 15-footer, and I'm on
Amy's
the
got
list
to schedule one
for the 15-footer. I should tell Standing for Truth, I will debate any of those people on there. I just like debating, as well as let me just shill it out there.
Yes, Sinister. It's a literal 15-footer.
A literal. As you
John
hear
Maddox
me clicky,
even
clicky.
himself said so.
Do. But are you looking to do spicy debates? Are you looking to have fun? Well, come join us for Debate Me Brah. We've already had some people shine up, and we are looking for more. Also, this is like so long and whatever, but sending love to Maria out on Twitch. Just sending love out there to everyone out on the Twitchosphere. Sending love to everyone out there on Facebook. Sending love YouTube. But yes, it's an open doc. It's an open spreadsheet. Almost said spread cheeks. Come join us out there on there.
Show.
Exactly. And sending love also. Keep on sending love to Robert, because you guys make this possible. It is the best way to help us. Some people ask us. I would say sending love to our channel members, because that helps us a lot. And I love seeing those emojis. I love seeing the badges evolve. They've been fantastic. I've already seen 1 month's, and the few months are coming out. You should debate on The Crucible. Is that a YouTube channel? I would love to. I'll debate anywhere. I am square, but I will. But Patreon is the best way to help us. So sending so much love to Robert. And we're moving forward because we're
Let's
reading
go.
Deuteronomy chapter 21. What to do with women captured in holy war. And we keep on saying it. This is a book for modern times.
Oh,
not men, but women.
The men get killed instantly. The men are not worth anything. The women are actual more like property.
Exactly. And once again, if you think that James and I are going super feministy, just like James was saying, the men don't get a good cut either. The men just die.
They get killed. They don't want competition for the women. Why would you bring more men just to... more women for us, right?
And James, they have a religion that's different than our own, and that's not cool.
That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? That's really messed up. You guys pray to a different dude. You have a different sky daddy. How dare you? How dare you?
Exactly. Can't let that happen. We're not going to let that happen because we're going to talk about what to do with women captured in a holy war. And of course, we are talking about some feminism, ladies and gentlemen, because we get to talk about, and I'm sure it's going to be very just.
Bible's Me Too moment.
Exactly, James. They have always been very just for women, right? Right? For thousands of years.
Of course.
Oh boy. But also, once again, it's all about those loving family values. And that's what we know the Bible is for.
Yes.
Exactly, Flum.
Yes.
It's known for happy topics, and that's what we like to do. We like to keep it light. We like to keep it airy. Just stuff to tuck yourself into.
Selling your kids into slavery.
James, these are topics you need to know in a modern world. This is why it can't be edited.
Yep.
But yeah, let's jump right back in.
Let's do it.
When thou goest forth to war, the god of war, specifically this god of war, against thine enemies, which where did we get these enemies from? Oh, we're a chosen group.
They worship other gods, or they're in land that God told them, hey, you know that land I promised you? Well, here it is. There's just one thing.
Picky. There's
already people living on it, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. Just go ahead and go kill them all, and then it could be your land after that. Just go ahead and go kill them, and then you have the land after that. I mean, I could just give you land that nobody lives on, but then nobody would be killed, and that would be.
But do you know what I like about a story like that? I feel like it could never affect us in real life. That would never happen in a geopolitical situation, which would stick around for, I don't know, a blood war for thousands of years.
Of course not.
But yeah, thine enemies that the Lord God has delivered into thine hands, if you know what I mean, and thou hast taken them captive. Oh, cool. Once again, you know you're the good guy of the story when you're taking people captive. That's right. The first trophy wife. Here we go. Objectively moral, though. And seest among the captives. Oh, I'm sorry, James. Almost forgot to get a little slavery stuck in my throat there. Captives. Why'd they have to point this out? I'm sorry. I have to start over just because it got really weird. And seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast the desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife. Wow, that seems very specific.
Like she's hot, and it makes your whale thingy kind of twitch a little bit. Yeah.
15 feet, except when it's cold outside.
It gets a little excited, yeah.
But it's desert. I'm sure they'll be fine. That's a little weird. And you see a pretty woman among the captives and would like her for a wife.
It's going to get scientific here, guys. Here comes the science.
No. But once again, objective morals, hashtag loving God. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house in Sim City. And what?
Yeah.
Wow. It's going to get a hashtag Jada Pinkett in here. And she shall shave her head.
What is she? Get ready to film G.I. Jane 2?
I know, apparently. And pare her nails. Why?
You shave her head and you cut her nails.
Shave everywhere? I guess just her head. Okay. Bring her home and have her shave her head and cut her nails. Really, really random and
very scientific, though. It is science.
Yeah. Any creationists out there want to tell us the amazing wisdom that we're getting here?
Oh, I mean, maybe they came from a different culture, so maybe they had like head lice. It's for a good reason, Amy. This is really scientific. Maybe they had head lice, or maybe they had yucky stuff under their nails. So, we gotta clean all that.
Dude, this is what I mean.
Other gods.
Can I tell you? I want to give. Just a warning. This is why I consistently hear from my skeptic brothers and sisters who I love dearly. They're like, this person's a Poe. This person's a Poe. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I think there are less Poes out there than, like, I see the way people vote. I mean, they really do believe this shit. Like, we're being told it's beautiful. Like,
it's romantic.
We are cutting the heads off cows and shaving female sex slaves. And like, they're like, oh my God. It's like,
but they
beautiful.
Get a manicure. They get a manicure. Amy.
I know.
What woman wouldn't like a haircut and a manicure?
Look, throw in an eyebrow wax. I'm sorry.
To welcome them into slavery. I mean, hey, you're going to be a sex slave. Just get used to your mouth being in that open position, that O position, and just like that. Get used to that.
Just like that. I mean, once again,
you'll be doing a lot of that.
I'm not going to kink shame anyone.
Yeah.
In fact, on this channel, we promote it.
She does it as much as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. Whether you're on your knees or putting someone on your knees, we support it. Because if that offends a God, that kind of turns me on. I don't know about you, James, but we don't kink shame anyway. All right. Sure. Oh, my lordy. What's up? Sending love out there to computer.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. The Sinister Porpoise says fungus was one of the more insidious results of Applegate. And it's true. I will say we are having an Applegate emoji being made because I can't help myself. Yes. But sending love. This is so silly. I just can't help it. But yes, bring them home to your house, shave their head. They're gonna be. Oh, did I make sure? This is once again because you wonder how can it possibly be tied that men who are, well, they're not sexual assaulters here, but somehow they keep on being linked to women somehow. But how could you possibly link these men to women? Well, and they shall put the remnant of her captivity from off her. Oh, just take it off. And shall remain in thy SimCity house and bewail her father, like the guy on Breaking Bad with the bell. Ding, ding. And her mother a full month. Just 1 full month. And after, like the guy who wants to argue, what's it called? Trying to argue about not Jerry, wants to argue about a calendar. And after that, thou shalt go in unto her. Oh my, go in unto her hard. And be her husband. I mean, it really doesn't make it better. You are taking a sex slave. It doesn't make it better that you like put a rock on her finger.
But she got a haircut. She got her nails done, and then she got to sit for a month and cry because the whole thing. You slaughtered her family. I mean, we did slaughter her family, so I mean, you would give her a month to get over it and then marry her.
Exactly. She walk it off. Sending love, Carol the Atheist. Hashtag. Jesus is a myth. But yes, sending love, Carol the Atheist, saying love, shame, Deuteronomy, saying the safe word is Deuteronomy. It's mine too. But yeah, we're learning wisdom here. And she shall put the remnant of her captivity from off of her. Can you shake it off? Shake it off. And shall remain. Oh, I read this. Okay, on the phone. And shall be if they have no Turkish delight. Just say that it tastes so good in her. Make C.S. Lewis just have an orgasm. Then thou shalt let her go. Let her go. Although she's going to wither and will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money, because that would be immoral. Thou shalt not make merchandise like we did. That would be terrible. Don't be a capitalist of her, because, well, once again, I don't want you to sell her. I'd actually just like you to let her go, because thou hast humbled her. That's a way of saying it.
If she doesn't want to put out, you don't want to force her, whatever. Just get rid of her. Kick her out. Let her go.
Oh, they have a passage for that coming up, James. Do they ever?
It's like from what is it? Idiocracy. Like, she not putting out. Is she not putting out? Let her go.
My question to you, computer, because I'm always open to different models of how the universe either came to be, how space-time began, if that sentence is coherent.
If it makes sense.
It really doesn't, and it breaks down when you ask before, because that would be a causality before causes. But I just want to know about Hubble's law, because it does appear that everything is moving outwards. And so if everything was moving outwards, do you have a reason to think that would have stopped, that we can't follow that backwards?
God?
But I'm open-minded. We here, one of us is queer, but we're both open-minded. We're jumping back into Deuteronomy chapter 21. But send it love, computer, Flum, everyone out there, Carol, the women apparently getting captured.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, they get humbled. Oh yeah, what do we just read in plain English? Be a pretty woman. Take her by the collar after you've killed everyone around her.
Shave her head. Home. Cut her nails.
And have her shave her head and cut her nails. Once again, we're not a fedora. This isn't a fedora. Like, we are just reading it literally. I don't know what to tell you.
This is the Bible.
This is the Bible. This is the King James. I know this is a skeptic over here, but this is just the King James, ladies and gentlemen. After she has spent a month mourning her dead mother and her father, you shall go in on to... holy shit. I only say I love that and how horrible it is. Like, holy shit. Give her a month.
That's what the Bible says to
her mom and dad being dead. Yeah, this is what the Bible says.
You killed her family and you said, hey, you're hot. We're not going to kill you. You're okay.
But James, you waited a month, and then you can pound that P word. There you go.
It's time to go. Mr. Boingy Boingy is ready to go.
All right. Well, we're sending love to any of the women who unfortunately had to deal with this. Holy
fortunately,
moly.
This is all fan fiction.
That is the good point.
Yeah.
Well, here's the point. I would say there's two things. None of the Moses or any of the Abrahamic lineage stories happen, but I'm sure there are men throughout history, not to get completely feminist, who have used this as justification.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they have. Yeah. I mean, it was written by men. This was probably written in the 7th century, 6th century, and I'm sure it was written for a purpose. Then there were probably some women that they didn't quite know what to do with. Like, what do we do with these women? They're hot.
Just like there aren't witches, but they use that shit all over the place.
Yeah, used as a way to exploit and victimize other people and pretend that deity said it's okay.
But yes, when you go to war and God delivers your enemies in your hand, you see a pretty woman among the captives, you like her, take her wife, bring her home, shave her head. She spent a month mourning her dead. Later, if you don't like her, you can let her go. Oh, did we read? Very important. And it shall be. It shall be.
You read it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
If you don't like her, you can just toss her aside.
Toss her, kick her out.
But yeah, I think, is this... Oh my, no, it's jam-packed. Right. What to do with 2 wives. And I just want to point out here, I'm going to repeat that 2 times. We're reading the Old Testament, what to do with 2 wives, the Abrahamic religion, the classic, what to do with 2 wives. Also, we are not unendorsing polygamy, polyamory. If you want to have multiple people, if you want to have multiple short term, long term, go for it. As long as they are legal, consenting adults. It's really all that matters.
You're not forcing anybody yet.
Not forcing anybody, and children are, I hate to say stupid, because they're learning, so they can't make decisions for their own.
There you go.
But yes, sending love, we are moving into 2 wives, like a sitcom. Another helping. The Bible can't help it. They just want to keep on talking about feminism, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, computer says they're Jewish. What is up? Hey, I will keep on saying it. Of all the Abrahamic religions, are you... Now, my question for you, are you secular, conservative, or Orthodox? Somewhere in between, none of the above.
Are you Ben Shapiro?
Hey, sending so much love. But the secular Jews, I mean, I don't want to put out my bias, but I mean, they basically are like, God. Exactly. A reformed Jew. Oh my God. Computer. Welcome on board, Team Skeptic. I mean, generally speaking, the reformed Jews believe in science. That's why they're reformed. Sending
Jewish,
love to you, though.
In name only.
No, I would actually just say, because they're Jewish, because it would be no true Scotsman. The joke I would say is Jewish. But yes, exactly.
There you go.
It because God is one without partners. I don't know what that means, but I'm sending love to you.
Hey.
Love, love, love. But yes, not just feminism, another helping. If we were at a buffet, we would just be, oh, here is more family values. The Bible can't help
Mucho
it.
más. Familia.
And what is that, Mark Reid? Everyone believes
Hey,
in some form of evolution, even if you incorrectly think micro and macro evolution are different things. Exactly. Doesn't matter if it makes the creationists cry. It's a fact.
It's fun.
And if you look out for natural selection, you won't die. But yes, family values, and I think those are the only two subjects that we have up here. Oh. Huh. That's weird, James.
No.
It's saying there might be a contradiction in the Bible.
I would
That
be very
can't be.
careful about saying that with Ralph in chat. You know how he gets triggered.
Exactly.
I mean,
it could never happen. We've never seen that before.
How could that happen? God is not the author of confusion, Amy.
And speaking of not being the author of confusion, I would like a creationist to tell us why the good book has rules on a man having 2 wives. Surely it's about to be why you shouldn't have 2 wives.
Oh, well, that was back then, and they needed the population to grow, and there were way more women than men.
Exactly, or something.
The Bible was written by the aristocracy, and they wanted lots of wives for themselves.
And with that, we're jumping back into Deuteronomy chapter. If a man has 2 wives, one beloved and another hated, that's kind of a weird metric.
You like one wife, but you hate the other.
But you don't like the other. And they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated. If you have knocked up both wives,
even the one you hate,
and the firstborn son be hers that was hated, well, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hatheth, that he may not make the son of the beloved. I don't know why that matters, but for some reason, firstborn son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn, not the secondborn. We could just throw them out. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn. That's weird. It almost seems like they're accepting 2 wives and
yeah, they do.
Children from 2 wives. In fact, by giving him a double portion of all that he had, for he is the beginning of his mighty strength. The might of the firstborn is his.
So it's saying don't discriminate against them, which is kind of, remember, like Jacob, he kind of did exactly that with Joseph because he loved Joseph was like the second youngest, but he really liked Joseph's mother. Like she was one of his hottest wives. Jacob had like 25 wives, but he always favored Joseph. And one of the reasons I think was that they always give is that he liked her mother best. But now it's saying, don't do that.
Yeah, and it's not only saying that, it's saying if a man has 2 wives, one that he loves and another that he hates, and if both wives have borne him children, and well, this is making my coding happy. Here. Well, I could just see if you have a logic gates, your and ors, you could say exactly. And or if if a man has 2 wives and they have both wives and there's a firstborn subject, then it even is kind of written in the notes. It really is. If it's an if statement, and then it's an if and then statement. Though this is the I can't get too excited because this is the annotated side, so it's not really too shocking that the skeptic frames themselves in a logical form. But yes, and if the firstborn son's mother is the wife that he hates, then he can't make the son of his beloved wife his firstborn son. Once again, totally accepting 2 wives. Not that we are criticizing 2 wives. We are criticizing any Christian, okay? Either you do this whole monogamy shtick or you accept this passage. But he must give a double portion of his inheritance to the firstborn son of his hated wife. Once again, we are not getting unmarried. We are not sticking monogamous of either the good or the bad. It didn't go either of those. We are actually giving the hated wife a double portion
of the
firstborn inheritance of his hated wife. I'm sorry, James, you were about to say something.
No, I watch. I bet there was somebody influential in the writing list who had a rich father. And he's like, I'm writing you out of the will because I hate your mother. Your mother's
I was a rich man.
So he's like, oh, when you write this, make sure you write that he can't cut me out of the will because he doesn't like my mom. He's got to give me. In fact, he's got to give me double. There you go. Write that in the text. Oh, Dad, look. We just found this at the temple. You can't write me out of the will. You got to give me double. Even if you hate my mom.
Give me double. That is so... It's just, like I said, I don't want to take commentary either way, other than to say of the hypocrisy that we are reading right now. But yes.
Stupidity all around.
We're moving through the wisdom, slogging through. So much fun. In fact, did you guys know what to do with a disobedient son? Oh, well, you're about to find out. And I'm sure it is
give them a stern talking
righteous. To. Yes, a stern talking to. In fact, to stay on topic of the title, grab your rocks, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have 3.
Rock and roll all night and party every day.
Rock and roll all night. That's kind of. And once again, I mean, certain passages that I can't help it make you a little bit anti-theist. Ahem. So, 3 categories again. I mean, they're packing on the family values. It's a trinity of family values so far. Ian's like, smash that Bible. Oh.
Okay.
But yes. Okay. Funny enough, I don't. I know we're all joking, but I actually like books. I'm so glad that we respect them. I used to steal them out of hotel rooms only because I wanted to replace them with skeptic texts, but I never destroyed them. Funny enough. Well, I guess that's what, as the story goes, right? You can't have a bag full of Bibles and dildos unless you keep them. But go check out that fantastic
Take the Bibles
act.
back to the churches. That's where they belong. Let them stay there.
I say
Donate
that's fantastic. I pat myself a little bit too much on the act. That fun, I had a cathartic act. Go check that out. And I'm building up a new one. About to go back on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Open mic. Speaking of which, and I keep on like doing in-betweens, but I have seen Oz recently doing it. I really like Anthony Magabosco's content. I am a big fan of street epistemology. Mm-hmm. So, my question for you guys is, would you watch a recorded and premiered, because I kind of have this, I would want to make it all nice and different angles and clean sound and everything, but would you watch a street epistemology show? In fact, the running name I have right now is Skeptic on the Street. And if we grow enough, we'll get James out there too. If not, we'll figure out how to get him to do it. All right, we got one. So sending so much love, Doorknob, out there, because I'm thinking about getting a GoPro.
I think Doorknob Head would sit there and watch you eat tacos. I mean, I think Doorknob Head is, yeah. If you had a show, Amy Paints, you'd probably watch that.
Kill Doggy.
If you put a Bob Ross wig on.
Yes. Got Kill Doggy and Muhammad.
Okay, well, if Kill Doggy says so, he's a little bit more. Yeah.
Woohoo! All right, because we want to expand the channel and keep on making one shows. It's not that we want to, because I'm sending love to channels like Modern Day Debate.
There you go.
I am a mod and I love their community member. We just want to expand the skeptic non-believer content. So we want to have more debates. We want to have more Ask Me Anythings, which is after we pick either the Sal or the Amazing, and we want to have new shows. So keep on telling us. Mark, Skeptic on the sheets, nasty in the sheets. Oh my. I'm okay with this.
It's a good idea, Mark.
Amy digs dirt out from under her toenails. Amy
digs dirt out from under your toenails. How about that?
Thank you so much, Carol. Sending so much love. But I am weird in that I would love to go up to strangers and ask them about their deeply held beliefs if they're open to talking, because you never want to bug people that don't want to be bugged. But yeah, sending love. Let's find out. We have the last three categories of what to do with disobedient son.
We definitely need to go to DAL in the Art Park.
Oh, that is on the list. As a semi-professional comedian, well, amateur to semi-professional, depending on.
Aspiring.
I don't want to over-passion. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm a comedian, but whatever the label. Yeah, let's not put the double words. But I want to travel. I would like to travel the United States. I would like to travel.
Pick up Atheist Junior.
The world. And so coming to cities near you.
Go to the DAL with Atheist Junior.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all for it. Sending love, AJ, and sending love to everyone out there on the interweb. And all right.
Oh, and wake up Matt Powell from his nap with Kenty.
From snuggling with Ken Hovind.
Pacifier. Each of them have their pacifiers.
And what to do with the disobedient son. Family values, but not only that, but it's been kind of a trend. A little bit of violence. Who doesn't love a little bit of violence? Because,
come on,
ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's going to be hugging a disobedient son. In fact, we have a little bit of judgment coming right to you at your door, and it's not going to be a happy fun time.
But it makes God sad when you don't listen to your mom and me.
It does. And once again, I mean, Christians give Muslims shit all the time for like throwing gays off a building, cutting
Or
off
the honor
hands,
killings.
you know, all this shit. Okay, tell me what this passage is. I'm a men's rights activist. Tell me, because I know I'm going all feminista on you. Tell me where the logic is here. Please, please, anyone. A creationist, anyone. All right. If a man have a very super stubborn, if they're being a really bad boy,
he's a
they
pain
have
in the ass.
like James said, a lack of pacifier, throwing it out from Hovind. Matt Powell's just throwing it over everywhere. A super rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, oh daddy, or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastised him, once again, I think I've seen this porn, will not hearken unto him. Then shall his father, Luke, I am about to not be a good father. Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him. Just stay here, son. This won't feel, you won't feel a thing. And bring him on to the elders of the city, and on to the elder gates of this place. Oh, great. So, you know, I'm sure they're just going to give him a very stern talking to, a smack on his tuchus, James. That's all it's going to be.
Maybe.
Right on the behind. Yeah, let's find out. I think we're going to learn something. The wisdom, I can feel it. And they shall on to the elders of this city. Right there. He's being a naughty, naughty boy. This our son, he's so stubborn.
His mother told him to take out the trash, and he didn't want to.
Exactly.
He said, no, I don't want to take out the trash. Why do I always have to take out the trash?
Why do I always have to take out the cow? Come on. You just cut its head, and the blood goes everywhere, and I just have to take it out.
I want to go with my friends.
God, you never let me go anywhere. We want to go to Cannon.
I mean, I'm 13 and you're getting ready to marry me to a girl I've never even met before.
Yeah, I'm a man or a woman because 13 and 12, you got your bar mitzvah.
I don't want to marry her. I want to marry
her. Once again, it gets us morality like this.
Yeah.
But yeah. He will not obey our voice, even the reality TV show. He is a glutton for punishment and a drunkard. So what are you going to do with him? Well, he's like Rick from Rick and Morty. And all the men of his city. I love this. Just gather all the men of his city to do what? Shall stone him with stones. I'm glad for the clarification that he die. Oh, cool.
Oh, okay. So stone him, not with cotton balls or crumpled up pieces, with stones.
Yeah,
not just to hurt him, but until he's dead. There you
go. So thou shalt put evil people away from among you, and all the Israel shall hear and fear, and one of us shall be queer. You refuse to feed that dino. That's right. We got our T-Rex back here. He's hungry. But what the hell did we just read?
If a man Triceratops, son, what will you never feed the Triceratops. Come on. I don't want to feed the Triceratops. I want to ride the T-Rex.
Okay, fine. But if you put eggs and in like a shaving cream bottle and then go sit on a porta potty, I feel like you will have nothing going wrong with dinosaurs.
I want to ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's right, baby. Ride the Well, we actually have topics about the Tyrannosaurus Rex coming up. Spoiler alert.
There you go.
But yeah. But yes, we're the.
You can't
what
ride
did we just say?
Tyrannosaurus Rex, but you can ride a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, can you? But what did we just say? Then his father. If a man has a stubborn, rebellious son who will not obey his father or mother, then his father and mother will bring him to the elders of the city and say, our son is stubborn and rebellious and will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. What if it's other things? That really has nothing to do
Taco
with
Bell.
Exactly.
Yeah. Where did they say
too much Mountain Dew?
He eats too much.
And all the men in the city will stone him to death with stones that will put away the evil from you. Everyone will hear and fear. Cool. And I saw was it Shane laughing? Because yes, the next chapter is called How to Hang People on Trees. Which
very scientific. Very
scientific. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen.
Nobody can accuse the Bible of not being a science book because it clearly is.
Clearly. But yeah. Let's get into the last of Deuteronomy chapter 21. How to hang people on trees. Oh. And if a man have filled up with sand in a pan and have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree. Makes total sense. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise, and I almost skipped it. I'll go, any wise bury him that day, for he that is hanged is accursed of our goddess Bob, that thy land be not defied, which is the Lord thy goddess Bob give thee for an inheritance. And of course, more violence, judgment, and in interpretation, because just like the Muslims sometimes have a problem, there may be a different version in the New English translation. I'm trying to remember another version. There's the NIV and then the King James.
Hundreds of them.
New King
James, Old King James, Authorized Version, New American Standard, NIV.
And all right, in a second, I'm gonna go take a pee break. And we're going to go jump into exactly, and then we're going to jump into Deuteronomy chapter 32. But after that, we are going to be jumping into the open mic. I keep on looking for, and good night, Megan. Sending so much love. We could keep on looking for your one-liners and greeting people as they enter chat, and just saying Titan Uranus, our head mod, just because I like to. Just like Stupid Whore Energy asks fantastic scientific questions. Why is that a weird sentence? I don't know what you're talking about. But yes, sending love out into there. And James, can't you just see all of the wisdom here? Why would you ever want to edit this book? Exactly. And this is what Ken Hovind once replaced in biology class. Makes sense, right?
Absolutely. I mean, why would we read a book written by man when we could read a book written by a deity? I don't know. Why would we waste time reading just the vain words of man when we can read something apparently from a god? Now, guys, if chapters like this are there are quite a few of them in the Bible, but very few are so poignant as this that really exemplify that we are reading the words of ancient man here, and that's pretty clear to see. This is the work of ancient man. There is no deity involved in any of this. This is filled with what ancient man thought about the world, the wisdom of the ancient people who didn't know anything about anything. It is quite interesting, as Pat was saying, from the perspective of learning about how cultures looked at things and what people thought about things back then. The only problem is when you try to say that no, it actually is real. It really is from a God, and we really should be reading it, looking for wisdom. So, Amy will be back momentarily. Then we'll finish the next chapter. We'll try to plow through that one so we can get to the open mic before it comes to 8 in the morning. But yeah, God is not great. Absolutely right, Carol. He's not. He's a figment of the imagination, a fictional character that there's no purpose for anymore. There was a time when people needed to invoke gods and deities for all sorts of things. We don't need that anymore. We don't know everything about the natural world, but we know a lot more than we knew back then, and we haven't found anything that points us in the direction of needing a deity for anything. We sure as hell have not answered all the questions yet, but if past is prologue, the answers that we do find in the future are not going to have anything to do with a god. Nothing is natural, artificial. It has a creator. Well, we just don't know that there's a creator, and nothing that we really see in the natural world, I think anyway, belies a creator. I just don't see any need for one. I mean, when we look out in space, everything that we see, we look out in the stars, we see one thing happening, really. It's the same thing that's happening all around us. It's the only thing that ever happens because nothing else has ever happened or could ever happen. It's just matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. That's it. Nothing else happens.
Indeed.
It all runs by itself. No need for a god. You could speculate, how did it start? Where did it come from? And these are questions we just don't have answers for yet. But to speculate and say, well, I mean, everything else before has been naturalistic, but that's where it stops. Beginning of the origin of the universe, that's where we need the God. I just don't think that makes any sense. You back, Amy?
Why, yes, I am. And all right, we are about to jump into the next chapter. I'm going to keep on chilling for Twitch. I learned I'll send the same information because why not share information with everyone? Twitch does not shill for you in the same way that YouTube does, even on a smaller scale. Because it doesn't give like recommended after you're done a thing and stuff like that.
No.
So you have to get people over there and kind of a community started. And so feel free to join us out there on the Twitchosphere.
Our Twitch is growing though.
It is. It's kind of great. We're at, I think, 56 followers right now. 50 followers is actually what you need to be affiliated. And so the road to 1,000, I think, to become a sponsor is our new goal. But yeah, sending so much love out there. And all right, are you guys ready? Let's do this.
I think they are ready. I think they're ready.
I'm ready. Sip. And let's go forward into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22. And all right. Oh my God, James.
What happened?
I can you see this?
Is that a middle finger or is that a thumbs up?
That is indeed a thumbs up.
Oh, hey,
ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
Don't say that we make straw man in this channel, in this podcast, because there's something good in the Bible.
Hey,
we're not skipping over it.
Yeah, no. A broken clock is right twice a day, and this is right. One of those times. Through happenstance, they happen to find their way, manage to say something that isn't dumb.
Why creates things has purpose, be it objects, living and non-living things. Conclusion: God exists. God has purpose. I don't understand, and I don't think you're
arbitrary, very subjective concept.
And God has to be in the premises for God to then get into the conclusion.
You're sneaking God in there. It's one way they try to sneak God into reality, but no, he's not part of reality. You could try to hide him in your purse like women do with their little chihuahuas, hide him in their thing. Amy does with Moonlight or Penelope. Just sneak old Barbaretta in there, bring her into the movie theater with you.
But yeah, we are going to help our neighbor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break into it, because how often do we get on this channel to say something positive about the Bible? Not very often.
Not too often.
Trees have purpose. They give
That's
oxygen.
Not a purpose. That's something that they do. They don't do it for that reason.
In fact, I would even say we rely on trees, and trees don't rely on us for jack.
We're only here because they were there first.
Exactly. I would say the trees don't care about us any more than they actually view us as a threat, as that we are taking away their land, just to get as hippy-dippy as I can. But, yeah. Love me some Carlin, too. Let's break into helping our neighbors. So, thou... Oh, and I always love it when the Bible gets thespian.
A little bit.
A little bit. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheeple go astray, and hide, peekaboo, thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case, lowercase, bring them again unto thy brother.
Oh.
And if thy brother be not nigh, or high, or that guy onto thee, or if thou know him not, don't know him, then thou shalt bring it onto thou house. Thank you, technology. And it shall be thee, brother, seek after it, and that booty, and thou shalt restore it to him again. Okay. Sorry, what? Moses continues his instructions to the Israelites, saying, if you see your brother's ox or sheep go astray, bring them back to him. And okay, I just want to say that although this is good, this is like a good thing, you should do this. Like, can creationists, Christians, Jews, do you understand why when we call this the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy? It's these passages.
Like that's what it's concerned with, their livestock.
The most modern problems, the issues of the day.
Issues with livestock is paramount.
Once again, it's a good thing to do. It's just, I think you can see the problems that they thought were going to be very precedent on people's minds moving into the future.
Oxes and sheep walking away.
In like manner, thou shalt do with his ass, a donkey, and so shall do with his remnant, even the stars collected, and with all the lost things of thy brothers, which he hath lost, and thou hast found. Oh, good, there's lost and found. Shalt thou do likewise, thou mayest not hide myself, unless thy play peekaboo. Thou shalt not see that brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, by the way. And hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him.
I don't see that ass. I don't see that ass. I can't see it. I don't see it. Where's that?
Don't see that ass. Thou mayest not hide thyself. It makes me want to get binoculars as a prop. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass fall down. By the way, hide myself shall surely help him to lift it up again.
Okay,
once again, do likewise for his ass. Always good advice. Clothes or anything that belongs to him. If he loses something, return it to him. And if his ass or ox falls down, lift it up again. Most pressing matters of the day. Still good. Still something I guess you should do. If you see it fall down, pick it up. Cool. But yes. We are going to break it to a chapter near and dear to my heart.
I mean, all these are near and dear to your heart, but especially.
Indeed, but especially. Because, there are some passages that just, help our LGBTQ brothers, sisters, and otherwise get stoned to death. And this is one of them.
Oh, well, okay.
So thank you, Bibble. And meanwhile, we're moving into a good old laugh. Have a good old tickle.
As you're killing them. Sucks to be you.
do, and that's right. We are dealing with LGBTQ issues in the Bible.
Bible stays relevant.
Yeah. Well, funny. Kindness hasn't seemed to transcended through the years, but good amount of hate. A good amount of hate. Speaking of which, more helpings of feminism. They can't help but keep on trying to stay on topic. So thank you, Bible, as they again shove women under the table. And of course, James, we're already stoning people. We might as well be prejudiced, right? Might as well. If you're going to be tribalistic, you might as well have a good in-group, out-group.
That really is the key, It's us and it's them. They're different. They're not us. Let's go.
Go kill
them. Take their shit.
Exactly, and they're women, as we just learned in the last chapter.
Take their shit, women. Hey, just shave their head, cut their nails, and then let them give them a month to think it over, and they'll be okay.
But once again, if you think we're straw manning, tucked in between I don't want to give a disgusting analogy, but you can guess which kind. Tucked in there in a nugget of gold is some goodness. So let's go find it, because there's
Amy
a
is
lot
an
of bad in
expert
between.
about tucking in.
I am. I would say I am an expert tucker, a master tucker.
Yeah.
Not as much as a Coalson, but I am a pretty
Pretty
master debater as well. I like to think that I debate in the morning, I debate in the evening. Sometimes, if I'm feeling spicy, I debate in the shower. What gives biological function purpose is God, because he created biology for us to survive.
Story, bro.
But it doesn't, that doesn't make sense to me. It seems to make much more sense that there are self-replicating molecules and that we are conscious because we got to get yummy food into our body. That just makes much more sense. We need to eat. And so, I'm open to the idea of a God. It just doesn't. Why do all these bioprocesses, such as a skin sexual saltist, exist and fighting off bacteria? I don't even know what that sentence means. Why do all these bioprocesses, such as skin, I'm sure. I think that has to be a typo. Yeah. Fighting off bacteria. Because God created these processes, I could tell you why we have our
how
biome.
the immune system developed.
I would like to point out that we are walking, talking ecosystems. And so we have what are called good bacteria, because bacteria are really just single-celled organisms. And so we have them in our gut, as well as some virus DNA and a whole bunch of other shit that actually helps us break in a probiotic manner our food down. So, in fact, you can even take cultures to nurture them and feed healthy bacteria.
Yeah,
but none of that is supernatural.
You could take gut flora pills that'll help, or eat yogurt or like yogurt drinks to help replenish your gut.
Also, I'm sorry, James, that I feel like, especially tonight, if I ever cut you off, it's because I get super excited and the internet. Help me out here, computer, because when you say yes, trees do have purpose, because even they have fight or flight response. No, they don't have a flight response at all. In fact, I would argue that they're trees. I would argue that they have no movement.
They're more like biological machines than.
What would the fight even mean? If you say they have an immune system response, well, sure. And you know why? Because that happens on the microbiological level, just like we have an immune response. But they do not have a fight or flight response. That has to deal with predatory and
you would need a
vegetable eating organisms.
Some type of
yes, you need emotions
mechanism
to want to flee, to be scared of something. You need a
some type of mind, or
not only a mind, but some sort of spinal cord that responses to some sort of stimuli that plants just do not have. We give a car purpose that functions. Sure. And you know why? Because that is artificial intelligence.
We're thinking agents.
We are artificial design. That is design, because it is an artificial means. But we are a natural processes. You only need two humans to go humpa, and you naturally create a human. God is the singular brute fact. You say that, but I disagree. I would say our consciousness is a single brute fact, and then I would layer on logic, even though the laws of logic are a tautology. But I'll grant them because I mean,
just for fun.
Well, I mean, what is, dude. What isn't.
Oh,
Whoa.
law of non-contradiction.
Something can't be and not be. I know.
Yeah.
We get it. Like anything else is not crazy, but they're tautologies.
Or Darth Dawkins when you need them.
I know. Well, that's why I think presuppositionalists are so silly. But
definitely.
But God is a third presupposition. We are humans. We have consciousness, but cars don't. Trees don't. Therefore, what? Therefore, you have to finish that sentence.
Why do we have conscience?
We have conscience, but cars don't. Trees don't. Humans, therefore, what?
Humans are social animals. We interact with each other, and when we do things that would harm our standing socially, that would make other people not want to work with us, trade with us, help protect us, that hurts us. And so we feel bad about that when we do something that would harm other people.
I will keep on saying
we normally naturally want to help other people, help the group, do things that are going to cause people to want to work with us.
So trademark Carlin, but they always talk about the apocalypse, but it's really not the end of the world, is it? It's just the end of us. We're going away, saying goodbye, and you know what? Won't be missed. Mother Nature, the planet Earth, just shake us off like a bad case of fleas. Keep on going, doing it. Has been for billions of years. We'll keep doing so for billions more. So yeah, when I look at trees, I will remind you that we need them, they don't need us. Like sometimes some organisms have had have recently gained a symbiotic relationship with bees because flowering plants are new, and so those types of organisms. But us, no, we just fuck shit up. Like we don't add much to the cycle of life except for, I hate to say we have been so successful of an apex predator that we're just going to win. We're just going to spread. One day we will dominate the planet. The other animals will be in zoos or reservations. Hopefully they won't be in cages. They'll actually be in life, a replication of that. But we're going to keep on spreading because that's what life does, because it's a contingent fact. God isn't a contingent fact. In fact, I would say God doesn't even make sense. Make that
a
claim.
Mind without a brain? Why?
Mind without a brain?
What purpose?
It is a plot device.
Yeah. What purpose? Because we use, like she pointed out before, we use our intelligence so that we can get what we need to survive, food, water, so we can live, reproduce. That's why we have it. Now, you don't need that to do all that. It's just one route evolution has taken. The trees get along just fine without consciousness. They don't need a mind. Evolution has multiple routes to make that happen. Fortunately for us, because we like being conscious, we like being aware of our surroundings and living, but that's why we have it, to help us survive.
And I will challenge that statement. The liberals, in like whatever you want to, classic or whatever word you want to say, freedom has actually been spreading. Yes. Our version, globalism, markets, trading, healthcare,
tacos,
actually taking care of our citizens. All of these sorts of things are spreading, and gay rights,
Global homo.
global homo, they don't like it, and yet we're winning on most of the cultural scenarios. Living things that has a purpose also can have functions too. They where create things. Do you think animals don't create things? No. There are many animals that create things. I don't mean to get so sassy. I love you, computer. Especially since I feel like you believe in most of the science. So even though we're having a theological debate, sending love out there. But no, animals absolutely create things, and there are many animals. Let me rephrase this. There are many other animals that use tools. There are many crows that will take a stick. There are many chimpanzees that will use sticks. And mirrors can pass the mirror test, and dolphins and elephants and whatever. If you think animals don't create things, you need to seriously know. Yeah, that is not part of our.
Where would you ever get that idea from?
It's that. Here's the thing. Those animals.
Dams, I mean,
exactly. Those animals are naturally occurring, but they create artificial things. So
or just make burrows. Yeah.
Exactly. Just like James was saying, a beaver is naturally occurring. It comes from a beaver mom and dad, exactly its same species. And yet, when it creates a dam, that is artificial. That is not a naturally occurring thing. So that is the difference. Natural beaver, the beaver's dam, artificial. Is a beaver dam immoral because it's artificial? No, it is not moral or immoral. Just for anyone who wants to bring natural or synthetic, to go back to an earlier topic. But we're coming to it, because let's jump into it. I make fun. There's two. How should I say this? You either laugh or you cry, ladies and gentlemen. And so we joke, and yet these topics are serious business for Orthodox Jews, Christians, and Muslims. This is what they use when they say you shouldn't be transgender. You shouldn't wear or act.
You shouldn't be gay. You shouldn't.
This is another one of those passages. So let's break into it. It's not fedoras. We will keep on saying that it is the literal interpretations of these texts, the fundamentalists.
It is what it is.
This is what it is.
You got to deal with it. It's in your fucking book. We're just reading it to you.
But that's just the Old Testament. So animals are aware and have consciousness, hence they are not artificial, yet they are creators. Yes. They are. They are creators. I'm gonna keep on asking you to either get.
Where do we get? How do we get to a God?
Get me to a God. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you, computer. Not to James and I aren't trying to be overly sassy, but like we just get statements that like they come on. Creationists will be like, "You can't explain." I want a fucking fedora.
Maybe Amy can add one to
exactly.
The merch store.
I probably have. So I'm trying to think if I have a fedora somewhere. Do I have hats? Because I really am a fedora. I am an accessory whore. To just be
so
really
your brother
specific.
Has one, or when they, or your dad.
That's right. It would be funny seeing either
when they do that Ashkenazi role play.
Humans are animals. I mean, computer, you're just saying stuff we agree with. I love it. Keep on. I mean, yeah. And I'm not saying, maybe he's sitting there like, I'm not saying I disagree with you, bitch. So send him love. But, oh my goddess. Woo-hoo! Ian Davenport sending $10.
Thank you.
And it's a specific super sticker It is a superhero flying through the air. Sending so much love, Ian.
Thanks so much,
and
Ian.
I want to just
Your
say,
support really means a lot to us.
Not,
It really
is the exact opposite of disturbing, Ian. This is the stuff that helps us create more content. It has been kind of a dream. It has been fantastic. I will keep on saying what I think James and I, we were originally streaming to nobody. It is like, you open up a lemonade stand and you have to kind of just, no one shows up. But slowly but surely, you build a community, which is the most important thing. I will keep on saying, because we are trying to replace the religious community. It is the one, speaking of good things, it is the one and only thing that I can think of that religion actually has that is a positive. But I think a secular community not only can do it, we can do it #better. Tangang, baby, sending love over to
We're doing it
Jena.
From the heart and to all of humankind, not only people who agree with us about one set of superstition.
Well, we've gotten flack, or not flack. Well, no, it's flack from a very flowery person, but we love them. We love this flowery person, but James and I actually think that we are doing the right thing. That we, just like I believe that the hosts of Mythbusters are doing the right thing, we are trying to debunk superstition. We are trying to help people escape religion. And furthermore, we are just trying to create a community.
Wow.
The skeptic and ranting community.
And this person will be like, hey, you guys, look, so many people, they find meaning in religion. It uplifts them. It helps them better themselves. It gives them hope. It gives them something to believe in, to work for. And you guys just want to come and take all that away from, take it all away from until nothing matters. It's all bullshit.
All nihilism.
And in a way, I mean, it feels like they're we're that snarky 11, 12-year-old kid going into a bunch of 6 and 7-year-olds and telling them Santa's not real, you idiots. It's just your dad's doing it because I used to believe in Santa, but now I know because I'm older than you that he's not real. And it's why do you want to take away people's fun, and why do you want to take their hope away? And I think that we have to treat people like adults, and we're not going down and banging down the church doors and telling them all that you guys are all believe in delusions and fantasies and all this stuff is stupid. We're just putting our stuff out there on the internet, and if you want to come and you want to listen to what we have to say about it, fine, we'll tell you.
And we're not even calling them stupid on the internet, because all of the other skeptics would get down our throat, and they would be justified in doing so, because once again, it has nothing to do with IQ.
Not all theists
G and all this.
It's not a correlation, or
yes, it's just we do not believe in a God. We don't think there's good evidence for God. We actually think in some cases there is good evidence for not a God, though I would say that is not a dogmatic 100% certain position.
I think we view religion as superstitious as astrology or homeopathy, things that just don't comport with reality. And even if people really, really like it, even if you go down and you spend your money on homeopathic pills and makes you feel better.
Topic we need to do.
I mean, the placebo effect is real, and yeah, it is a real thing. And there are people who have experiences and really do feel like they're getting something from religion. It's not real. It's not real. And that's our opinion, and we're just going out there and telling you what we think. If you don't agree with us, come on and tell us why we're wrong. Tell us why it is real.
But thank you so very much, Ian.
Thanks so much, Ian.
Woo! Sending so much love out there, and thank you so very much for the love right back. So let's do it like we do on the Discovery Channel.
Right, Brad, it does. Because when you believe in, when you have a bunch of people who believe in superstition, it's very close. It's very, and we've had conversations with people on the channel, not like live, but they're like, well, I mean, yeah, of course I'm going to tell my kids that they're gods or whatever, and but I'm gonna make sure they get taught like the most benign and like the lovey-dovey happy version of religion. I'm not gonna, but it doesn't take much to lots of people have been radicalized who, you know, they got the lovey-dovey version from their parents, and they got all that, and then but they bought into the superstition, and they end up getting radicalized, and somebody else tells them, yeah, but your parent, they didn't give you like the real truth about it. They didn't give you like the full message from God. And I think once you go down that path of accepting things that are not true and buying into superstition, and it does open the door, and it leads to people being radicalized and people taking that positive benign thing and taking it to a dark place. And unfortunately that does happen, and that is one of the negative aspects of religion that one of the reasons we fight against it, extremism.
And sending love, Gizmo, we are going to break into the fun. And by fun, I mean passages that have surely gotten LGBTQ members killed. I know. Once again, you would think we would just have stoning on one chapter, but get those rocks, ladies. Ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Pop rocks?
Yeah, I wish. Ooh, but hold on. Before we do that, we have to show off a beautiful baby girl. Yes, we do.
Oh, Penelope.
Yes, we do. In fact, we're going to remove a snake from with legs to let her have some num-nums. And all right, we are going to move into the bane of, I would say, my life, but really my parents were secular Jews as well, and so they were like, bacon, I mean, come on.
Who would not want bacon?
Exactly. But yeah, clothing, roofs, and plowing. Oh my.
Let's go.
Da-da-da-dum.
Do it to me.
Yes. The woman shall not wear that which I was almost thought that looked like penetrate. Pertaineth unto a man. My English coming out. Very good English. Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are an abomination, shmomination unto the Lord thy God. Right here, Bob.
And because of that verse, Joan of Arc was burnt at the stake for heresy.
There you go. What did we just read?
For wearing
in
men's
plain
clothing.
English? Women may not wear men's clothing, and vice versa. Whoever does so is an abomination to God.
God has a dress code.
Exactly. He cares about what you wear.
He's got a dress code, bitch.
He's checking it twice. If a bird's nest...
Yeah, no, go on.
Ahead. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee, in the way, in any tree... Oh, James, look at the trees.
Now, bird's nest. This is science right here.
Exactly. We're about to have more Christian science.
Now, if you think that the Bible doesn't cover bird's nests, I mean, well, we've got some news for you.
And once again, this is the most pressing things in our lives.
Bird's nest. Yeah. Bird's nest.
It has to be written down by a God.
What would we do without it?
Right. If the bird's nest chance to be before thee, in a way, in any tree, look at the trees, or on the ground, get on the ground, I'm trying to remember the Rick and Morty, get flubgy, I can't even remember. Someone in chat, tell me what it was. It saved them from getting killed by aliens. Whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs. Oh, I've seen Swifty. Thank you so very much. Let's get Swifty. Everybody get Swifty. Save you from getting killed by a god, or at least a giant talking head. And the dam. James is like, what? And they're good though. They have a.
I'm sure.
It's a good. It's
One day I'll have to watch.
You should. It's funny just because it makes fun of a lot of. I would say not just irreverent concepts, but just concepts like we're talking now, and the multiverse and stuff like that. So living things exist, right? So not all living things have conscious. Yes, I mean that's not to say that's my shtick here, but that's my shtick here, and it's just animals, No gods that we know of are conscious. In fact, we know of no gods. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's just animals, just us. That's it. No plants, no fungus, no single-celled organisms. All we know of that are conscious are this squishy meat bags we know of called animals. Speaking of which, we're talking about birds for some reason.
Yeah.
If you find a bird's nest with a mother bird and her eggs or young birds, don't take them all. Take the young birds, but let the mother go. If you do that, all will be well with you. You will live a long life.
Yep. Take the young birds, but let the mother go. I don't. Doesn't make much sense, but okay. All right.
But it's the Bible.
Hey, you can't accuse the Bible of not covering the important things.
No, like I said, the most dire situations that they thought would stand for thousands of years. When thou buildest a new house, yes, we're back to Sim City, then thou shalt make a battlement. Okay, a little bit of a more of a real-time strategy for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thy house. If any man fall from thence, thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with divers seeds, lest the fruit of the loom of thy seed which thou hast sown and mown, and the fruit of the vineyard, which better be a good year, be defiled.
So you have to have a guardrail on the roof of your house so nobody falls off. Okay. or just don't go up on the roof.
There is a certain amount of intelligence for a living thing to give a created living thing purpose. So are you saying, once again, there is an intelligence that is not with a brain? Because I want to know where you got this kind of data from. Oop. Almost lost our goddess here, but her noodly appendages are strong.
How strong?
Oh my, and they're thick.
How thick?
Oh my, 15 inches. 15 feet. Thou shalt not sow the vineyard, thou shalt not plow with an ox or a really tight ass together. We also like big booties.
Seems kind of arbitrary, but okay. All right. Don't plow with an ox and ass together. I mean,
Computer,
such wisdom.
We agree with you that some living things have intelligence and some don't. Like that is a fact. Some living things have intelligence and some living things do not.
Where do you get to a god from that?
But you're saying that God made the single-celled organisms that are not conscious. Conscious as intelligence is somewhat similar. I'll take that it's similar. I think that intelligence is being able to make accurate predictions, especially repeatably. And consciousness is a system of awareness where you can actually be aware and not aware. But so those are actually two different things. You can't
similar in a way, but
sure. But I do think artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness are two different things, and we will that will become more apparent as we move into the future. I'm just putting that pin. There's my prophecy that I actually think is not a prophecy because I got it from good intelligence. So tying it all back together. Good data that we hopefully will translate into information. But yes, we're plowing asses. Thou, once again, thou shalt not wear a garment of divers fabrics of sorts of woolen and linen together. Don't wear clothes made from blended fabrics, like with linen and wool together. So once again, don't like Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the same segment of don't mix fabrics of equal importance. I wonder which one's gotten more people killed. What do you think, James?
Probably the cross-dressing thing. I'm just going to guess.
Yeah, it might have to be the thing that triggers the religious
that does trigger them a little bit more than cotton polyester mix.
What a surprise.
Go figure, huh?
It's based on intelligence needed to have the sense of purpose. Okay, what is a bacteria's purpose? Get me there. And can I ask, are plants created for us? Because I make the exact opposite claim. I'll keep on saying it. We could die off right now, and the planet would not give a... But if plants died, we'd be screwed. Like, it would be, if not the end of us, we would need to have massive adaptations and science to get us out of that. So God has a purpose.
It would be hard.
And he created everything. But help me out. What is that purpose for that bacteria, for that plant? Is it to be around to help us? Is the bacteria's purpose to be in our stomach? Is the plant's purpose to give us oxygen? Is God's purpose to create us? Well, that's what I mean. Every one of these purposes always just seems to come back to doing shit for us. It's amazing. Amazing. But yeah, we're jumping back into Deuteronomy.
And our purpose is to worship God. I mean,
yeah. Lots of fun. Get on our knees, which I like, but then he just becomes a tease. Abomination to God, wool and linen. Thou shalt make these fringes upon the 4, not 3, not 5, 4 quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself.
Important.
What?
Very, very, very important.
Very important. When you're building a new house, put a wall on the edge of the roof so you won't be to blame if someone falls off. Thanks, Bibble. When you plant a vineyard, don't use more than one kind of seed or your grapes will be defiled. Science, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Don't plow with an ox and an ass together. Once again, none of the religious conservatives care about any of this shit.
I could never imagine that I could never imagine that passage on grapes being used to justify things like segregation. You could never justify something like that with a verse like that. Don't mix the grapes. One type of grape, that's it. You don't mix the grapes. It's an abomination.
Abomination upon God. I love that word. It just it sticks in your mouth like a chocolate that's about to kill people.
Abomination.
More Turkish delight, please. More Turkish delight. Oh, now let's stone people. Anyway,
but wait. First, have
there's
some
more.
Have a boba.
Have a boba. Have a Boba Fett. Yeah, getting into once again more biblical morality. Non-virgin brides must be stoned to death.
Woohoo! Well,
woo frigging who.
I guess the rock vendors back in that day always had a steady stream of business. I'll tell you what.
I was gonna say, yeah. Good business. Got to sell rocks.
Bob's Rock Mart.
But yeah, non-virgin brides must be. Am I reading that right? Stoned to death. Oh wow.
Oh.
James, it's amazing how many conundrums you can solve with just stoning people to death.
Hey. She did the naughty. She was a bad girl.
But okay, we got an answer. Bacteria protects us. Good ones. Plants give us oxygen.
I mean,
computer.
Some bacteria.
Like dude, my
us.
brother.
Most of them are being bacteria.
But do you see what you just did? Like I said, do you have an example of their function that isn't trying to help us? The function of a plant is not to make oxygen. The function of a bacteria is not to be in our stomach to help us out. No. We need them. It's not the other way around. Wow. That will continue to be the point. The fact that we need plants for oxygen is evidence of non-design.
Well, right. So what happens is plants are making oxygen, and evolution realizes that's something that can be used as a metabolic catalyst. So, hey, we've got this oxygen here, so we can use that to burn fuel to power organisms. So it's like if there's a resource available, if there's a niche to be exploited, life is going to move in that direction. You know, if there's resources, if there's an ecosystem with something's going to take advantage of it.
But what do you mean they don't have a conscience to know that? You're right. I'm not getting it.
They don't care.
Computer, answer my question. Answer this simple question. Do plants need us or do we need plants? Which one is it?
But you asked him a question about bacteria. He seems to be just centering all this on man. Most bacteria in the world will never have contact with with mankind.
Oh yeah,
bacteria cover
majority
the
of
vast
bacteria.
majority of the Earth's surface. They're out there. They will never run into a human being their whole life cycle, however long it is, and they're just going to continue being bacteria with no impact with us.
I agree
Every
in some
once
ways.
in a while, yeah.
I agree in some ways there's a symbiotic relationship, and yet plants would be just fine without us. They would be just peachy. But we would not be, because we not only eat plants, but even if you were a full carnivore, what you eats plants. I feel like watching the weirdest Star Trek episode whenever
I thought so
answer
too.
my question. Sending love, Brad.
Computer.
And yeah, sending
Okay,
love.
Captain Newman.
Sending love out there, computer. It's always difficult when you are in the chat versus the mic. The mics always have the advantage.
He's doing fine.
And we love our theist brothers and sisters. But yeah, we are going to break into non-virgin brides must be stoned to death. Which, of course, has many... I know, I can't help it.
I mean, which was, of
my
course,
mouth
no
is
problem
dry,
for Muhammad, because his wives were under the age of 10. So he just nipped that in the bud right there.
And the audacity for, let's just say, a Muslim to bring
up the
I guess
word.
a little bit of projection last night. Then that argument just dissipated the moment we started going after Aisha.
They get very, is it? Yeah. Their objective morality seems to get a lot less objective when you bring that up.
But okay, we got a smorgasbord.
Let's fire away.
Of categories. Once again, the feminism is just pouring out. But also, not just are they treating women fantastically. Amazing. Though I guess he doesn't really need women, does he?
Not at all.
But also that family values is just strong tonight. You can't help it. You gotta treat family first, especially when you're stoning them to death. Which, another fun category. I've been waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? It's not sex, or it's not violence. It's sex. That's right. Do.
Tacos. Oh, no.
Tacos. Do. Well, that's a version of... No. I would never make those jokes. What are we talking about? Sending love out there. But not only sexy time, but violence. Because we're keeping it strong. We got both categories. Wah. Oh, we got just a fantastic, basically a buffet. That's right. We are ready for sex. Our body is ready. But also violence and injustice. Because why not? Why not judge people while we're being violent and having sex? And I think that would be
appropriate.
Exactly. That'd be right? But I think that's all the categories that we have here. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's keep plowing on.
That's weird. James, we seem to have a contradiction in the Bible. I can't believe it, but that's what it's saying.
I mean, last time you said that shit, Ralph went ape shit in chat, so I would be very careful.
Oh, James, don't say the A word. They get all triggered.
Yeah, Kent gets kind of triggered when you tell him he's an ape.
Indeed, even though factually we are. Speaking of which, let's get into non-virgin brides must be stoned to death. Holy moly. if any man take a wife and go in onto her. Why is that so funny? It's like, it sounds like I'm making fun of the Bible, but no, the Bible's just like, yeah, dude, go in onto her.
It's got a funny
and
word
hate
for
her.
sex. Yeah.
Yeah.
A very, very roundabout way of saying sex.
Are you going into her? Why, yes, I think I may.
Which if you read like the from the time like the King James was written, like if you read court transcripts or like particular like court, because back then being gay was a court-martialable offense, sodomy punishable by death in the military. But if you read like these court-martial transcripts, like how very roundabout they are, like
They do a roundabout.
Yeah, to describe, did you see the guy? Did he have his dick in the guy's mouth, or was it in his ass?
Oh my!
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah. They're not just going to come out and say that. They're just very roundabout. Like his thing in his backside.
Oh my! I do want to ask you, computer, and this is a common question I ask Theus. What would change your mind about design? What would make you go, okay, you're right. This does look like it was naturally occurring. Is there something? Is there a way to falsify the belief?
These symbiotic relationships developed, they evolved over time, and that's what we see today. It's because they've been evolving that way for millions and millions of years. So it looks like they were designed, but...
And I would say it only looks like that because we have borrowed from nature, and once again, nature did it first. Like, we use models that seem to work in nature, and then we try to refine them.
No, we see patterns in things, and we ascribe purpose and intent to things that's just the way our minds work.
Also, I can answer that question. Plants did come first. They did. And then fungus and animals after. Fungi and animals share more genetic DNA in common. Just like us and the fish share more in common than a shark. In the same manner. In that same exact manner. But yes, let's go in on to her. Kinky.
Do it to her.
Hopefully she consented, but it's the Bible, so who knows?
Who cares?
And yeah, well, once again, biblical morality and give occasions of speech. Yeah, I had a dream that I could ruin morality, and we called it the Bible, against her and bring up an evil name upon her, Voldemort, and say, I took this woman, did you now? And when I came to her, oh, okay, I found her not a maid. Oh, okay. No. That's once again, that's like a classic.
She didn't have a maid outfit?
Yeah, get a little maid outfit, Thank you, sir.
A little feather duster.
Exactly. Now we're talking more my alley. Okay.
Yeah.
Once again, only if you're consenting, but sure. Then shall the daddy of the damsel and her mommy take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity. Oh my God, 40-year-old virgin. We're getting there. Well, actually, I say that, but really it's kind of the opposite. We're talking the Bible. They didn't really live to 40. Onto the elder scrolls of the city in the gate. All right, what have we been reading? If a man gets married, has sex with his wife, and then hates her and says bad things about her, saying, I took this woman, and when I had sex with her, I found out she wasn't a virgin. I also love this combo because it's like not just a virgin. It's like a virgin and she fucking sucks. Like it's both of those things. It's another and/or statement.
It's like if he doesn't like it, he's supposed to automatically say that she's not a virgin because he didn't like it with her.
I don't know how you would tell she's a virgin either. There's like a weird way of like, they say like, bring forth your virgin cloth. It's very weird. Right. But yes, let's.
If there's blood, because they focus on the hymen, but that does not really a surefire way to tell. So how many women were killed under this when they actually may have very well been virgins? Not that you should have to be, but maybe they were and got killed anyway.
And computer, there is a reason. There's a source for why intelligence exists. And it's because photosynthetic cells can kick ass. That's why. Because it turns out that just standing in a single place and being super protective and having, instead of having thigh gap junctions, I'm going to get it horribly wrong, but it's plasmoids that plants have, and they also have photosynthetic genes. They literally have a third set of DNA, whereas we just have cell. But cells don't, like, none of this has a purpose. I will keep on asking, like, because it seems to jump. It seems like Thea seems to be telling us it was intelligence, and then it was single-celled organisms, and then it was multi-celled organisms, and then those were plants, and then it was fungus and conscious organisms, and then it was smart conscious organisms. But like, why do you have it bookmarked, like bookended with like smart intelligence organisms at the beginning and smart intelligent organisms at the end? That makes no sense. Like, I don't see the purpose. And yeah, I keep on sending love, computer. I know that we are yeah. Many things that don't have the conscience for why they're doing that function. But I'll keep on asking, what would convince your mind otherwise? Like, what would say, damn, life is naturally arising? But let's get up back on into her, unfortunately. Into Deuteronomy chapter 2. It's been a 16. Very rocky chapter, if you get what I mean. But
16.
And the damsel, oh good, we're playing Mario. Hopefully we'll get princess. And the damsel's daddy shall say unto the Elder Scrolls, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife. Another moral statement. And he hatheth her. He hatheth her all day long.
Hateth.
Oh, he hateth. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Also very silly. And he hateth thee. He hateth her all day long. And Io, and he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid. She wasn't even cosplaying. And yet these are the tokens. I'm sorry, what? Were you like at Funko Land? Were you at Chuck E. Cheese?
Basically, here's the bloody sheet.
Of my daughter's virginity. Science, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what they're talking about.
And they shall spread the cloth before the Elder Scrolls of the city.
Here's the bloody sheet.
Then the woman's father and mother will bring the tokens of their daughter's virginity to the city's elder, and the father will say to them, I gave tokens. My daughter, I know, which I'm like holding myself back from a bunch of Chuck E. Cheese jokes. But there's just so many theists that can't spend time there anymore. It's so sad.
They get kicked out. They get
kicked out. They have to send them around like SeaWorld. I gave my daughter to this man and he hated her and said bad things about her, saying, I found your daughter not to be a virgin. Sad face. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, as if they have like tickets. We actually have 100 tickets for her virginity, so we should be good here.
Oh yeah, totally a virgin. Yeah, totally.
Oh, yep. We're gonna stamp those though, so you can't use them again. The father, yeah, exactly. Shall then spread the cloth in front of the elders. Oh God, religion. And the elder scrolls of the city shall take that man and chastise him. You've been such a naughty boy.
You were saying mean things about her. You are a
Such a bad boy. Who's a bad boy? You are.
now this is yeah. It gets but wait, it gets better.
Woo! That's good. I like that computer. Like I said, I hope we don't offend. I know that James and I, we kind of like oddly hold that politically incorrect flag, and yet in a lot of this we lean, the Western version of liberal. We lean towards freedom, towards letting people have free speech, but also protecting people when they also get thrown in the gutter. Woo-hoo! Boom, boom, boom. That's good. Get some water. We got this. Get some. I always like to have electrolytes, just in case we have. I hear those plants crave them, and so I just like to have it. But let's get back, and we're actually moving, I think, towards the end, in which I think we're just going to open an open mic. If you have something important to say, if you agree with us, and I guess we'll also, what we really want to say is if you disagree with us, come on. But then we're going to wrap it up, really. All right, tokens.
We haven't done one of these in a long time, so
exactly. But we're getting back in the routine, baby.
She's been de-assimilated.
Exactly. Oh my God. But I have to also keep on showing that cutie baby.
Oh,
it's
Brad.
A Penelope.
Brad, that's the scariest thing. Yeah.
I know. We're still trying to figure that out.
Welcome to Costco. I love
you. So yes, we have a damsel in distress. We're playing Mario.
We got bloody sheets all over.
Did we actually read 19? Am I skipping? We chastise men, and then they shall armis him. They'll feel his arm. They'll feel him up. And it'll be 100 shekels from Soros himself of silver, and give them onto the father, give them straight from daddy onto the damsel, right onto Princess Peach, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. And he may not put her away all his days.
Yeah.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
So he hates her. He says she's basically a whore. She's not a virgin. She's out screwing other guys. And they said, no, you're lying. Pay the dad money, and now you're stuck with her. You are stuck with her. Oh, honey. Now he's stuck with you forever. Go be his loving wife. He can't put you away forever. Yeah. I'm sure he's going to be treating her just like with the utmost of kindness and love, and she is just going to be the happiest wife ever.
Sounds like a marriage made in heaven.
Yeah. Doesn't that sound like a great biblical, objectively moral marriage? Objectively good.
Upon a virgin of Israel, just true. Put his wife away, but if it's true, we got 1,000 tokens of virginity. We have to go 10 times that of our original because, you have to build up. You want that really big prize. You don't just want that small prize from 100, but we want like a giant, stuffed animal so we can get Ken Hovind and Matt Powell something to cuddle. Then they shall bring out the damsel, the Princess Peach, to her door of her daddy's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die.
Now, this is the thing. Like, it's just, if she's not they don't inquire, was she raped? Was she abused? It's just automatic death for her. The guy she had sex with, whether it was consensual or not, whatever, he's fine. Nothing happens to him because, but her,
nothing to see here.
Yeah.
What is up, covalent bond?
But her, well, throw her on the ground and throw rocks at her until she dies because of God. Because God.
And speaking of 1,000 foreskins, we have to send a whole bunch of love to all of you out there because we recently got our 1.1K, and it's thanks to you guys and gals and everyone out there sending so much love. Woohoo! Like James said, 11% to 10,000, baby.
Yeah.
Because she hath wrought folly in Israel.
So, Mishmael. Just let that sink in, though. Let that sink in. If the girl's not a virgin, you take her to her father's house, you throw her on the ground, and you throw rocks at her until she's dead. Because God. Because objective morality.
James, isn't religion great?
And people wonder why we would ever fight against this. So if you're walking around and you find a bird's nest fell out of a tree, you can take the baby birds and do whatever you want with them, but let the mama bird go. But if you find a girl and she's not a virgin on her wedding night, take her to her dad's house, throw her on the ground, and throw rocks at her until she dies. Because God.
Because biblical morality.
Objective morality. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
But we got tokens. We
By the way,
just stoned her to death.
Stone Amy to death while we're at it.
Oh yeah. I wear clothing that according to them I should not wear. But let me just quote Eddie Izzard. I am not wearing girls' clothing. They're my clothing. I paid for them.
But she's probably also wearing clothing with two different types of fabric.
I know. Yo, we'd be killing.
Is apparently just as evil as cross-dressing, but somehow one takes place all the time and nobody bats an eye to it. But a man wearing woman's clothes or a woman wearing man's clothes is, that is a horse of another color.
And we just need to be slothing through, killing people.
I mean,
apparently.
That is almost as bad as if you were going to plant a vineyard as having two different kinds of grapes in your vineyard. How bad would that be? That would be really fucked up.
I mean, we might as well kill them. I mean,
that would be an abomination. That would be an absolute abomination.
But yeah, we're, I think, finishing up because we've felt so much wisdom. We just killed a virgin.
Or supposedly a non-virgin, Wasn't enough blood on the sheet.
Marcion of his nope. Mark
Sending love
Ion
out to
of
Twitch.
sending love out to Twitch. But yeah, let's pull in. Let's land this plane because apparently the god has been.
Mow the lawn.
I think is this the last one? Yes, this is our last. Which means I will be sending the link into chat after we go into the categories.
Categories.
Martian of Sinope. I'll take it. I will take it.
She took it.
What is up? Send so much love. We're just reading a little bit of, having some light chapters. I like to think it's airy. I like to think it's stuff that, you want to put yourself in a good
Palate
mood.
cleansing.
Exactly.
Uplifting,
you're tucking yourself in. Exactly.
Inspirational.
And so we're going to finish up tonight's Bible study with grape. I think the bit is they're going to grape you in the face if you like whitest kids you know. In fact, married or virgin, city or country. Because so you really know the wisdom's about to be laid on us thick.
Totally.
And of course, trying to see
more feminism.
If I'm trying, I think this fits all of our categories. I'm trying to remember. No, I guess it doesn't have the equalities back up. Well, no, it has equality because when you're dealing with feminism, you're really dealing with equality. So this is a lovely bit to end on because you really are taking stones and just bombarding equality, feminism, and family values. So a wonderful meal to end on, like dessert, basically. We're gonna get graped in the face. Let's get it.
By a deity.
Yes. And I'll keep on saying to the TOS gods, fantastic, whitest kids you know you bit. Check it out. But yes, first category, feminism, which we have been tracking all night tonight. They have been kind of not been a good night to be a woman. Just say
That's right, Mark. That's right, Mark. Better not touch a menstruating woman or you will be unclean.
That's right. The God of the Hebrews. And I will say, as triggering as it is, this is the religion I left. I'm gone, baby. I can eat cheeseburgers.
She escaped.
Though I don't. But I eat bacon burgers. So that makes up for it.
With cheese.
And nice to be a little bit of a heathen every once in a while and on Tuesdays. But yes, we have feminism and we have a second titai of sex. Fantastic. A second nipple. Second question of why do men have nipples?
Oh, we're standing for truth, go. Oh,
I am. You have no idea how proud I am of escaping. Once again, I love Jews, especially Reformed Jews. I love my parents. They are the nicest people that you will ever meet. If I become half as good as them, I will be a fantastic human being. And anyone who is prejudiced against Jews, I will call them an asshole. But
kick them in the balls.
But the Jewish God does not exist. And in the old text, he is an asshole. He really is. And so we have to keep on pointing that out and keep on showing why you should not agree with a literal interpretation. I mean, I don't think you should agree with a metaphorical interpretation, but like Carol the atheist was saying, sometimes that's either a middle ground to escaping or at least you are not doing harm to our educational system. So, But yes, we're trying to get you.
We could deal with it more than the fundamentalists, literalists.
God has spies. Boom, 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 boom. Well, I always just find it weird that they talk about, they give lip service, these religious, whatever the hell, as to how much they want freedom. They want their religious freedom. But this deity would be spying on them 24/7, 365. There would be no escape. Would know about you before you were born, and would continue to watch you
every thought you ever have,
forever.
Every naughty thought you have,
and not in the
naughty
kinky
thing
way
you've ever thought. Yeah.
Wait. Why doesn't Amy Newman not eat cheeseburgers? Is it a Flashwoman thing? I like cheeseburgers, but I just prefer without. Nonetheless, I like bacon. So I like to think that I'm still doing my blasphemy in like small
you just
little
eat a
ways.
Regular hamburger, but with bacon.
I do. I know.
Okay. Do it to you.
Do it to you. I like cheese though. I'm warming up to cheese more and more.
I used to not like cheese when I was younger.
Especially Parmesan. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we have sex, we have feminism, we have good old-fashioned violence, which is what we've been doing. And I mean, this is basically, I mean, if you want to sell a movie, I mean, we have sex and violence at this point.
Yeah.
What more can you ask for, folks? What more
Feminism.
can you ask for? Exactly. And of course, judgmental. You got to be judgmental. You're a god.
Of course.
For some reason, you got to be judging people for that.
I mean,
what's the
point of creating people if you're not going to judge them? I mean,
exactly.
You set a standard you know that they could never meet, and then you judge them when they fall short. I mean, what could go wrong with this?
Exactly. So you gotta judge women for wanting to have any thoughts or feelings of their own. So yeah. Anyway,
why would they want to have a thought of their own? That's crazy.
Exactly. That would be terrible. Next, you're gonna let them vote. But also, those family values, those lovely, lovely family values. Oh, see, I'm warming up the cheddar too. And now I'm getting hungry. Damn. Let's get that open mic started so I can.
Let's do it.
Cheddar. Had pizza the other day. Welcome back, computer. Are you ready to gonna jump right into it? What would make you believe in a natural universe, in a naturally arising life, in Taco Tuesday? But yes, family values, and then
Colby is good. So is cheddar.
James, I hate to say
I think
this.
it's okay because I think Ralph left us, and so.
We're getting some scripture, and he went from thence Bethel, and he was going and sending. There came forth. And he went up and thence unto Bethel, and he was going up by the way. There came forth little children out of the city and mocked him and said unto him, "Go up, thou bald head." Ha ha ha, baldy. Go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked at them and cursed them in the name of the Lord Bob. And there came forth 2 bears out of the woods, and they were like, ready. And Tear 40 and 2 children of them. Yeah, and then the bears just mauled the children because, they made fun of that bald guy.
Hey.
At least Ryan Stiles from Whose Line Is It Anyway would be happy. Sending so much love. But there's seemingly a contradiction in the Bible. I can't believe it. That would be the first time we've come across a contradiction. I feel like if there was, we would have seen one tonight. So that just makes me skeptical. Either. Yeah. And since this is the wrapping up, we're going to send the link to join our Skeptic Bible Study into chat. We give a little bit of a preference to people who don't agree with us. We can't help ourselves. Nonetheless, we are going to get graped in the face. If a man be found lying with a woman, ew, women, said Mr. Amazing, married to an husband, then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
Schmishman.
If a Princess Peach that is a virgin be betrothed onto her hubby, and a man finds her in the city and lie right next to her, then ye shall bring them both onto the gate of the city, and ye shall, staying on topic, shall stone them with what? With what? With paper? With hugs? I don't know how you'd stone them with hugs, but stone them with stones. Okay, good. That they die. Okay, just checking. That the Princess Peach, because she cried out, why do doves cry, being in the city, and this very specific man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife, so thou shalt put away evil. In fact, can you tuck? Tuck the away evil, if you don't mind, from among you. What? If a man has sex with a woman who is married to another man, kill them both. Woo! Tell us what you really think. If a man finds a betrothed virgin in the city and rapes her, damn it. I love you, TOS gods. I love you, YouTube. I love you, Twitch. What are you talking about? And grapes. Stone them both to death. And just actually to put our asterisk, kind of disgusting and horrific. If a man finds a betrothed virgin in the city and grapes, stone them both to death. The woman, because she didn't cry out loudly. Holy, holy, holy.
Yeah, so the location of where a woman is raped basically determines what's going to happen to her.
Oh, I know.
Because if it was in the city, she could have screamed and somebody would have heard.
So, just like I try to look at all the videos that we're going to watch. I try to look at all the chapters, especially because I want to give a proper title and things like that. Along with Gizmo, we try and figure this shit out. And James, please correct me, but there's like a rule if like you shout in the country. That's like where this is coming from. A different rule if you shout in the city and a different rule if you shout in the country.
Yeah.
That is insanity. Absolute insanity.
Yeah.
But yes, PSA. Tuck that evil in. Don't want to peeking out. No. And that's right.
Yeah,
we just passed 420, ladies and gentlemen. So
if they're in the country, nobody would have heard anyway. So, but if it's in the city, she could have screamed and somebody would have heard, and yeah, therefore she must have wanted it.
Exactly. Once again, we're dealing with science. Holy shit. Yeah. I'm just checking to see. Let's see if we angered. We did anger the YouTube gods. It's okay, YouTube gods. Let me rubber. There we go. You can send in to appease, to prove to the YouTube gods that you are in fact on Soros' side. Which, in fact, they almost always agree on. So we actually have to send a lot of love to YouTube out there. Mwah, mwah. I know the conspiracy theorists cry day in and day out. Oh, they're so mean. They block all of our content.
Good night, Carol.
Night, Carol. Hope you sleep well. It was fantastic having you on and sending love to all of our.
I will say, I don't think they should be blocking as much content as they do, even if it disagrees with us.
No, well, I mean, I'm just, well, actually, I guess I see it both ways. Because if you're an advertiser, do you want to be tied to anti-vaxxers and all this stuff? It's hard. I could see both sides of the issue. I don't want to block anybody.
Well, I understand demonetizing it, but I wouldn't.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I understand that.
But sending love to everybody out there. We're clearing up. Princess Peach apparently just got stoned to death. But it's the good book.
Again.
Oh my goddess. But yes, the woman, because she didn't cry out loudly enough, being in the city. We read 24, right? Just the do.
I believe so.
I'm gonna because it leaves a foundation of the difference between city and country. Then ye shall bring them both unto the gate and city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The Princess Peach. I just want to put emphasis because she cried not being in the city. So she's going to die because she's a city woman. I just really want to put a pin in there.
She could have screamed, so she must have really wanted it if she didn't scream. There you go.
Yeah. And the man, because he humbled his neighbor's wife, thou shalt put away evil from among you. Oh, really? Actually, that passage is evil, but thanks. But if a man find a betrothed Princess Peach in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, and the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the Princess Peach thou shalt do nothing. There is in the Princess Peach no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth in the morning, if you get what I mean, against his neighbor, and slay him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field. It was like that meme where the lady's just spinning in the cornfield. And the betrothed Princess Peach cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a Princess Peach that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on to her, I'm holding on to you, and lie with her, and they be found, well, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the Princess Peach's daddy 50 shekels of Soros' silver, and she shall be his wife. Oh, morality. Because
basically you find a hot woman and she's not betrothed to anybody. You could just rape her, and if you get caught, you just have to pay the dad a little bit of money as a dowry, and then hey, you get to keep her.
Exactly.
You get to keep her.
What a deal. I say a steal because you are stealing her. But James Wolfe, that's right. Sending love. Hope we're tucking you into bed, James. Going to the late night double feature.
Rocky
Are
Horror
you going
style.
to Rocky Horror Picture Show? Sending so much love. I love Rocky Horror. Been to it many times live. Always good just to see it, but even more fun live. And sending so much love, Ian.
One day. Good night, Ian. Thanks for watching.
Oh, wait. I think Ian is saying goodnight to James Wolfe. Just realized that. But sending love to Ian anyway, because we just love Ian and James Wolfe and everyone out there. If a man finds a damsel, princess, and they found her. All right. That then the man that lay the chips with her shall give unto. Okay, yes, I did. We just read that. He may not put her away all his days. But what does that mean that I've been reading? If a man finds an unbetrothed virgin, actually, well, no. Don't want to skip this. We read the city one. If a man finds a betrothed woman in the country and rapes her, stone the man to death, but not the woman. The woman should not be stoned because no one could hear her cry out in the country. So we have a difference. Just want to point that out.
So a rape victim in the city dies. A rape victim outside the city is okay.
Yep. But the woman, because she didn't cry out loudly enough being in the city, gets killed here. Killed.
She must have wanted it. Otherwise, she would have screamed a little bit louder. And what if he had a knife to her throat? Oh, well, she still dies.
Boy, vey. And to finish up, and I just tucked this in, this is our after dinner mint. And then we have Clockwork Rex already backstage. We're going to show the link up stage so you can join if you would like to join us on the open mic. But don't take your father's wife or discover his skirt, which is just a funny play on words after everything we've been looking. What is up, Pasta? Normalize atheism. Love to everyone. Quick, catch it. Put it in your hands, if you know what I mean. But also, you can join us on stream if you'd like. Because doesn't matter if you are on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, we are on StreamYard. Come down and say hi while I am by. And don't discover your father, wife, don't discover his skirt. And which is just one helping, just a little after, just put it on your, feel the peppermint on your tongue. One helping of sex. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt. A father must not have sex with his father's wife, or discover his father's skirt. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Deuteronomy chapters 21 and chapter 2. And we are actually about to move into the open mic.
Don't mess with your father's drawers.
It's just a little bit weird, but all that wisdom we just got. Oh my God. Woo-hoo. I'm sending love out in there. It has been a lot of fun with stoning to death a whole bunch of people. But yes, we are only going to go in the open mic for basically the intro. So you have until Clockwork Rex is done if you disagree with us. We'll add more time to the clock if you disagree with us. However, we just want to get Clockwork Rex's perspective because he is a lovely, fantastic skeptic, and then we're heading out. And so are you ready, James, for the Skeptic Bible Study open mic? We have been talking stoning, equality, feminism, and family values, and I feel like it's stuck to the name tonight.
It's Stones of Virgins.
Stones, oh my goddess. Let's just, in fact, I would almost take whatever we just read tonight and just do the opposite, except for like the one or two things that were good. Everything else, just do the opposite.
99% of it, rip it up and throw it in the trash.
Exactly. But with that, we are going into the Skeptic Bible Study open mic.
Let's do it.
It has been fun.
Gizmo's ready.
Fun. That's right, Gizmo. Are you ready? 3, 2. Woo! What is up, Clockwork Rex? It has been fun. I hope you have been enjoying yourself. We have been Skeptic Bible studying on stoning equality, feminism, and family values. Hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
It was great. I loved sitting here listening to it while I was making some food and having a beer. And Deuteronomy and Leviticus are two of the harshest book Bibles, or Bibles in the book, however you want to say it.
Bibles in the book, books in the Bible, they are some of the worst.
Yeah. I mean, and don't get in between me and my pork chop sandwich. I'm just saying.
Bad idea, huh?
Yeah, bad idea. Or shellfish, because I love me some clams and some shrimp and some.
Well, that's what I was saying the other day in Islamic chat. I'm like, listen, any religion that says first, no beer, no pork, no shellfish, that's a non-starter. That is just ridiculous.
Yeah. If I can't drink and eat what I want to eat, then no. Oh, and there's something about wearing mixed fabrics in there too, and I really totally don't get that. Yeah. I'm like, I can't wear a polyester blend. I mean, what's up with that?
I think it's supposed to be a dig at like vanity, like don't spend time making all these fancy garments because you should be using your time worshiping God, not making all these fancy, funny looking outfits.
Well, that's fair. Okay, I get
that. Yeah.
Well, not really.
About worshiping God.
Yeah. Oh, you know what God would have to do to prove himself real to me, or itself real to me? Just show up. That's all you got to do.
Show up.
It's not that hard. Yeah, it's not that hard.
As I told Ken Hovind we wouldn't refuse to acknowledge he was real, whether we'd follow him or not, whether we would think he was a good God or worthy of worship. That would be a different question, and each of us would evaluate that and answer that separately, but none of us would say, nah, he's not real.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he showed up, like right now, and said, I am God, I would be okay. Cool. But are you just and fair? And that would still be a personal experience. I would have no proof of it. Just like I got a camera here to take a picture of him.
Well, if it was like objective and we all could see it, and it was a real physical manifestation, not a vision.
Yeah, not a dream or a hallucination.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's recordable, objective, tangible. Other people see it. You can record it. And
Anna, all right, Clockwork Rex, any final statements
so much,
on
Clockwork.
the subject before we get Mark Reid?
Oh, my favorite book of the Bible, Revelations. That would make a great movie. That would make a great movie. Yeah,
we'll get there. We'll get there. Give us a couple of years, but we will get there.
Okay, fair enough. But thanks.
Glad we could entertain you while you were making your food
and drinking beer.
And drinking beer. Hey,
I'm all kinds of a heathen. So
have a beer for Allah. He appreciates it. To our
just don't
friends out there.
Don't ask me to pour one out because that's alcohol abuse.
Oh, that would be the actual sin right there, is if you wasted it.
Exactly. Okay, yeah. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much.
I appreciate listening to y'all, and you have a good night or day or whatever time it is.
It's almost 5 a.m. here.
Thank you so very much, Clockwork.
Yeah, it's about 5 o'clock here too.
I think that Brad actually makes a good point.
Exactly. To avoid accidentally wearing mixed garments, we should just all be naked.
Hey, that would be great.
We're starting to make sense.
Yep.
But all right. Thank you so very much, Clockwork. We are just going to basically do intro outros and then head out of here. But it has, unless, like I said, an opposition viewpoint, but it was actually just great to hear once again Skeptic Sanity.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Thanks,
yeah.
Clockwork.
And if anybody wants to stop by and check out my channel, it's
absolutely.
Clockwork Rex. It's Clockwork Rex. So, I mean, when I do streams, it's just us on there talking about whatever. So, I don't really have any kind of specific subject. So.
Just general hangout, chill streams. Talk
Yeah,
about whatever.
we talk about movies and politics and religion sometimes.
Beer.
And food.
Yeah.
And all right, thank you so very much. Go check out the link on the screen if you would like to hear more fantastic non-believer content. Clockwork Rex, it was lovely having you on.
Thanks for posting the link there, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And Ed, thanks for having me up. Have a good one, Amy. Have a good one. Everybody in chat. And Jason, is that your name?
James.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Hey, and I will catch up with y'all later.
Have a great night. Hey, guys.
Woohoo!
Hey,
Mark Reid.
Hey,
What is up? And I'm going to be sending super love into chat because Mark is going to be our headliner. If any theist or creationist doesn't want to join us, he's going to be our last open micer of the night. That's right. Oh, we are sending love. Welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study, stoning, equality, feminism, and family values. Lovely to have you on. And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I got words about these passages. They're some of the most horrible ones. But the thing about mixed fabrics, and that's interesting, I thought, well, it would take the same time to make a garment of the same fabric than mixed fabrics, right? Like, there doesn't seem to be a reason for it. Same with the one that's like you shouldn't boil a calf in its mother's milk kind of thing. It's like, I mean, if you're going to be killing it anyway to eat it, like, what is it that much worse? Yeah. There doesn't seem to be a lot of rhyme or reason beyond this, you know. Some really weird stuff in the Old Testaments, like it describes in great details the priests' garments and things like that. Just their uniforms. Just completely baffling things that you would go, yeah, is that really important? Like, is that something that we really need to have? Very, very strange. But these verses are horrible. They're some of the worst in the Bible. And I want to thank both you and James for making something so atrocious actually lighthearted and fun, because we're talking about well, okay, so here's going to be my rule. I won't refer to what it actually is. I'm just going to say non-consensual bonking. Okay, so because the algorithm doesn't like it, so let's just call it NCB, right? And the thing is, we can make light of it, but this was the law. This was what you were expected to do. There's a few things I find particularly heinous. Well, first, let's start with the whole polygamy thing where you had multiple wives. I've got no problem with it as long as the woman can have multiple husbands as well. No problem whatsoever. But it's inherently a patriarchal system. And I wouldn't necessarily consider myself, I wouldn't necessarily take a feminist label for myself. I don't think I am that well versed in sort of feminist literature and feminist ideals. But it does seem just patently patriarchal in just an
from a man's perspective.
Right. And sort of the lack of rights to women and the lack of their opinions matter. I mean, we're talking about if a woman lies with a man and she's not a virgin, she is stoned to death. And let's not go past if your son is sort of a drunk and a glutton and has problems, then you take him out. And here's the horrible part. You not only do something that's morally reprehensible in killing a young man just because of, well, probably the parents' poor parenting decisions.
Right.
You're also involving the rest of the town. You're making them complicit in this thing.
Indeed.
Think about that. You're sort of, giving your entire society the burden of killing somebody, probably because your parenting was horrendous. And don't get me wrong, I'm not really judging them. They sort of I mean, this is what happened in the time, right? That's they're a product of their time. They didn't know that, hey, sort of parenting strategies like we do today and sort of the things that we know about the psychology of humans today, they didn't know. I'm not judging them for it. What I'm judging is the claim by Christians that it's some sort of a book that outlines objective morality, because this is horrendous, and a God should know that. A God should know. Yeah,
if you did any of it, I was just gonna say, if you did like almost any of this stuff in any industrialized country, you'd be put in prison because for following God's objective morality. You'd be locked up.
Well, it's really weird because the same Christians that will point out the morality of this book and how moral it is will also point out the immorality of, say, Saudi Arabia cutting women's heads off and things like that.
I was just thinking that.
Right.
Well, they're throwing gay people off roofs, or they're decapitating women for adultery.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say, hey, I'm just gonna pick on the Bible. It's terrible and it's the only terrible book. No, there's plenty of terrible books out there, and we kind of
judge just as terrible.
Yeah, and we kind of judge Christians on what they do, not what their book says. But it's kind of hard for me as an atheist to swallow when they come along and say, hey, we've got objective morality. It's all in the Bible. God's nothing but good. And so it says, well, is this good? Is this something that would be categorized as good? And if God just decides that stoning a young man to death because he's got alcoholism and eating disorder and is rebellious, because it doesn't really put an age on this, if you've noticed. And I think you mentioned it, Amy. Young men were allowed to drink very early in ancient times, so this could be just a young 14-year-old or 13-year-old, and having the entire, that doesn't sound like a good act to me. And if it's just, well, God says that's good,
could be a 10-year-old.
Well, I must admit, I don't know what age they sort of started drinking in the middle. Pat would probably know because he knows everything about.
I think it was pretty
ancient.
And really, I mean, it doesn't age. I mean, I could just hear my mother's voice in my head, which is, "You are my child. I will always love you. There's nothing you could do that will ever stop me from loving you." And I just see passages like this. It's the antithesis. My Jewish mother has the antithesis to what the Torah says.
Right. Because part of us know that even though a holy text says it, it's not acceptable. The problem is that some people still do adhere to this stuff, and that's why we atheists, and when Christians sort of say, why are you, if you don't believe in this stuff, why do you care about it?
Why do you care?
This kind of stuff still exists, and there's people out there talking about gays should be hung or stoned, or women should not be able to vote and things like that, because it's still out there. That's why we care. But and I mean, it gets into the NCB, where if you are have this happen to you as a woman, you're forced to marry the person that did that to you.
He just pays your dad a little bit of money and that's it.
Right.
Truly horrible.
50 shekels of silver, which quite frankly is all you're worth in that society. That 50 shekels by law has been decided what you are worth as a piece of property. That is your worth.
To your father, shekels. Yeah.
Right. But all women, because I mean, it doesn't say, hey, if you're a particularly beautiful woman or if you're a particularly intelligent woman.
Yeah, right. 50
100.
That's the going rate.
It's always 50 because that is the cost of a woman in that society. And you cannot escape from that.
Oh, wait,
man.
there's more.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're married for life.
I was just kidding. You were going man. I was gonna say, but wait, there's more.
Yeah, you cannot for any reason get away from this man who violated your bodily autonomy and presumably took your virginity,
brutally attacked you. Yeah.
Right. And you know, I just and Christians sort of, they don't really have any empathy for it. And you just sort of, yes, it was a brutal time, but an omniscient God should know that for any time, that's not right. So I don't know. It's very, very strange, I find.
The idea of executing a girl based on where the rape took place, it's just bonkers. Yeah. It's just batshit crazy.
Well, again, they had rules for the time that were in line with their, I mean, there's a zeitgeist, right? There's this sort of ideas of the time, and during this time, women were seen as property and were seen as, but the only reason we don't say, you know, that was the culture of a time and place that is no longer relevant and no longer, you know, used, and we don't think that way anymore, and put it to one side because it is not wisdom, it is brutality, is because there are a whole bunch of religious people who say that that book and everything in it is 100% morally just. So there's a contradiction there. I mean, I've had debates with people who say, you know, the slavery in the Bible is perfectly acceptable and everything in it. Yeah, it happens. You come across these people who want to argue for the morality of the book. And if you were in that day and age, I could understand you arguing that. But to be in this day and age and argue for the morality of it,
so silly.
I don't know how you manage to do that with all the things in there. It seems insane. But, you know, what do I know?
I think back then...
Sorry, James.
I was just going to say real quick. I think back then, one of the issues where people did drink alcohol, particularly at a young age, I think in a lot of places, access to clean water was an issue, and it was safer in a lot of places to drink like wine or beer. I'm not talking like hard liquor, because the alcohol content in like a beer or a wine would help. So it wouldn't be as dangerous as drinking from an unknown water source. Yeah.
Yes, it would sterilize some of the bacteria and germs.
Right.
Yeah. And I did really enjoy talking to Computer in the chat. I'll give a big shout out to him. He's actually a really nice person. He seems very, very sincere. So if you ever want to come on and chat, I'm more than happy to. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with Computer. He was I think he was a bit worried that, you know, people were getting a bit cross at him, but everyone's fine, mate. Don't stress it at all.
He's mild compared to some of these theists that we get.
And
the other person in chat was Ralph, so there's your comparison right there.
And I am sending love
to
all of our atheist and theist brothers and sisters out there, but I actually want to send another. We said it last stream. I'm going to say it this stream. Congratulations to Mark, who has recently gotten
Not only that, I got whacked.
Oh
you were mentioned in it, so was I. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a review of James's, not James's, AJ's debate with AJ, and he did a whack an atheist. So I made it on there, which is great because atheists watch that show to find, new and upcoming atheists to watch.
Right,
because
right.
whoever Hovind has a go at is usually talking some sense, So.
He mentioned me at the beginning, but I'm upset that I haven't gotten fully whacked yet.
Oh my!
I'm gonna have to try harder to trigger him.
Gotta whack off an atheist.
Yeah, there's nothing more I wish for than to be whacked off by Hovind. It's
you're doing something right.
We are also trying to, or we recently, Mark Reid has gotten their 100. Have you gotten a sexy title yet?
No, it didn't give me the option to change it. I've got to figure out what I've done wrong.
Well, I will say that is okay because we have one here.
Thank you so much.
You can go to tinyurl.com/Mark Reid Skeptic. That's MarkReidSkeptic. You have no excuse, no random letters or nothing like that.
It's
Let's
Mark
get
R-E-I-D.
Mark monetized.
No matter how Movement spells it.
Look, Kent's just trying to go, it's Mark like a Reid, like he's thin and stuff. And it's like, I'm 46, mate. I wish I was Reid shaped. That would be awesome.
But can we just ask for a second? Was that a dad joke, or did he really mess up? Did someone in the tech? Okay, that's what I'm leaning towards.
I think he did it intentionally. It seems like something intentionally. I think so. Yeah,
we got 1 and 1, ladies and gentlemen.
It wasn't just on one slide. It was on a few different places. So I think he's trying to be clever while not realizing it's kind of because it is kind of a compliment, right? If you're 46 and shaped, really thin, it's like, well, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe it is a mistake.
Ken makes comments about himself that he's not as thin as he used to be. So,
well,
he's in his 60s. He knows what it's like.
Well, I mean, but look, it's hard to know. It's like, has Kent screwed up, or is he willfully doing this? This is the question for ages. You know what I mean? Like, it's Kent. The level of ineptitude from him is that great. Yeah, he could have stuffed up, but at the same time, he's a very petty man. So which of those things is more likely, right? So yeah, who knows?
Yes, Mark Reid, final thoughts on we have been Skeptic Bible studying, stoning equality, feminism, and family values. I know it's on the tip of your tongue. It's yours.
It is. I decided to do a little bit of gaming content. So yesterday I came out with Chthonic Thursday and gave that a try. Just played some Hades and stuff. Nothing much, but I might keep it up if it's popular. But I just thought I'd put that out there. So if you do want to support gaming content and you like my gaming content, let me know. But yeah, I might just stick to debates. Thank you so much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Amy and James. You guys are the best. I love being here. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Sending that love right back. It was lovely having you on as always. And go check out Mark's debate.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Really triggered Kent.
I think with that, we are just going to go into we're going to finish up here. Sending love.
So I guess we will be taking tonight off and maybe be back Saturday night with a topical stream.
Let's just stay there. That's right. I think this is going to be off, and then we'll come back with either Amazing or Sal, where he's showing a paper that says that atheists are very open-minded, kind, and sweet individuals. Did you know that? You wouldn't tell that from the title. You just have to look at the others. But yes, James, any final thoughts?
No, thanks everybody for coming along the journey with us. It is after 5. We've got 32 people watching. You guys are the best. We love you guys. It was a slog of a chapter. Two
It's
very
rough,
horrible,
isn't it?
very horrible. It's almost like it can't get any worse, and then it does, and you go from just the absurd bird's nest to stoning rape victims. It's just a mess.
Mm.
And all right. I just want to send love out there to you all. I hope you had a fun time on this episode of our Skeptic Bible Study.
Producer's asleep. He's sleeping on
Taking
the
a
job.
cat nap.
He's the only one with any sense of all of you. I can't believe how late
He is. He's the only one with an ounce of sense.
On this stoning, equality, feminism, and family values, which we did. In fact, someone even say that we got in onto her.
We came in onto her. Yeah.
Oh, biblical morality, ladies and gentlemen. But yes,
But it's
tonight we
objective.
answered
It's objective.
objective, very objective. We answered many questions via stoning. Like, what do you do with disobedient sons, men who commit sexual crimes, and non-virgin brides? Oh, though we also got to go over what to do if you have 2 wives. Oh,
You ever
double
hear the
scoops.
expression, Amy? Killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
I guess so.
Non-virgin bride. You just kill them all with 1 stone. It's a multi-purpose tool.
Kill them all with stones. Hashtag loving God.
Hashtag rock and roll.
But yes,
Can't help it.
also, what to do with dead bodies, a woman captured in a holy war, as you do, and how to hang people on trees. So nice. Help your neighbor. Finally, something good in between all the craziness.
And then
Yeah.
help your neighbor, and then hang him from a tree.
And then clothing, roofs, and plowing, and in between that whole clothing and stuff is actually tucked in more stoning, as if you didn't think they could stone you enough. They're like, "Hey, look at your clothes. Hey, what are you doing?"
But don't have sex with your dad's wife or look at his skirt. That would just be
Exactly.
Don't
Not
look at your
his
father's skirt. That would just
Be terrible.
that's beyond the pale. Come on.
Yeah, but I do want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guests Clockwork and Mark. Woohoo! Boom, boom. Along with our awesome mods who make the stream
Thanks.
so great. The
Ian,
lovely
for the
people
super
in
sticker.
chat.
We appreciate the support.
Well, thanks, man.
Sending so much love, Ian.
It was just the one
Davenport.
from before. I'm just
Oh, well, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're sending so
I'm
much
just
love for
appreciating
all of
it.
the
That's
support
it.
that Ian Davenport has done, and just for the fact that he
appreciate
is a fantastic human being.
Yeah.
thanks,
Boom,
Ian.
boom. But yeah, I want to thank our mods who make the stream so great, the lovely people in chat, and viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set
Hey.
to all, we'll send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams, or
Do I sound gay?
comment. Listen, it's just like every one of them. I don't understand. They come in with LGBT issues, and then 5 seconds later, we get caught with like a dick in the mouth. I don't mean to like.
They get caught
It's-
Jesse Lee Petersoning.
Yeah, look,
Mhm.
I no one's insulting them. Who doesn't love a good dick in the mouth? But it's just weird that it's like, I hate gays, and then you find them on Grindr. But
well, it's
you do
not that
you,
surprising.
No, it's
Homophobia
not.
is sort of, most homophobia is deeply rooted in a fear of being gay. So,
And for some
not
reason,
surprising.
we keep on trying to not just jump to that conclusion, and they just keep on jumping to their knees, pleasing other men.
Yep.
Which we're fine with. Once again, we don't kink shame anyone. Do you?
Doesn't make them bad people. It's the hypocrisy that makes them.
Yes, when you come in hot and loaded on kinky on those issues, it's like
I don't understand. Just put away your hang-ups and enjoy your why the hang-ups and aggression.
Be yourself. Don't worry about what a prophet thinks.
But hey, you can also find our channel members in the description below, as well as so much more fun.
I agree, Clockwork.
Or if you end up leaving a super chat, we will give the thanks back to you by reading it on the next episode.
Super thanks, yeah.
Super thanks. I think it's so funny they're using. At least you kind of understand what the super means as composed to regular chat. But when you're dealing with supernatural, I mean, what does that mean? It transcends nature.
Beyond. Metaphysical.
I get it. Sell that used car sale. Give
the
that
Muslim
pitch.
metaphysician.
I've spoken with him once. It was an interesting time. He looked a little...
I bet.
Sparkled in his eye after
a little
that,
metaphysical.
because I really don't like the contingency argument. I think it's silly. Oh, except for the fact that they're trying to win over atheists. It apparently has won over a single dude. I guess Kalam actually won over a single dude. But generally speaking, those are not good arguments to use. Like Pascal's wager. Doesn't win over atheists, but they keep on trying to shove it up.
Arguments aren't evidence, there's
exactly.
Yeah.
No, arguments are not evidence. Give us good evidence. Don't a syllogism will never be evidence. It doesn't matter how pretty you make your argument, and almost all their arguments are not pretty. Almost all of them do not have
to base it on.
You have to work to get that in valid syllogistic form, and almost always they are well, first of all, it's not sound, but I guess I'm giving spoiler alert, and they never have God has to be in the premise. One of the premises, if it's going to be in the conclusion, it cannot be one blah, therefore God exists. It has to be, if we find something. Well, I'm trying to even put it in a syllogistic form, but you have to get evidence, like Mark was saying. Even if you get it in a proper and valid syllogistic form,
Amy.
You need sound premises, which can only come from evidence.
Yeah.
But what's up, Pupples?
Or you get stuff like the transcendental argument, which is just basically a presupposition of God in the first place. It doesn't help. I mean, you were seeing Ralph earlier, who's basically God is a brute fact. And I'm like, well, you can't just state that God is a brute fact, because you can do that with literally anything. So I told him that not God is a brute fact, because if he can do it, I can do it.
Well,
and it's
you can make it. This is what I mean about it not being in the premise or the conclusion. If they will often say this in the opposite form, I'll do the atheistic form. If morality exists, then God does not exist. Do you notice why that is not a good argument? Because you're just feeding your conclusion into it. So,
because morality can exist from a god or not from a god, and the existence of morality says nothing about the existence of a god. But you want to presuppose that a god is necessary for morality. We can just as easily presuppose that not a god is necessary for morality.
Right.
Exactly
the same argument, but
anything that can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and that's kind of what we get. But yeah, once again, just sending so much love into the internet sphere. We will be opening up the Discord to the community afterwards for an after show, the link of which is in the description below. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more content, the best way you can do so while also getting some unique perks for your support is checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/AB Newman. 15 feet. 15. I am AB Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah.